Hello everyone, again, and welcome back to Leo History and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We are in this... So I haven't played since last week, so we're gonna kind of catch up on where I've been, and they'll probably be quite bad. Anyway. Everyone say hi, no lurking. We're gonna have a grand old time. Oh. Oh, they brought out a new armor set. Oh no, what tragedy is this? That is... You know, it looks kinda cool. Like, fair play to it. It actually looks remotely interesting. Not good, but interesting. I wonder if those say anything. Let's see. Give me just a moment, I'm curious, because there's a lot of Elder Futhark being written along the edge of these. Let's see, that's Kaina's... Kalath Ok Ad... So it's Kalath Ok Adre... Adren... That's a G, an R, and another G. That is a G, an R, and another G. Gurk. Fascinating. So, I think it probably does say something. R-E-G-I-N-O. Yeah, so I didn't feel confident attempting to translate it, but anyway. Hey look, spooky reindeer. Hello, Dvalin. Wait, why? Hang on. Yeah, why is Dvalin part of the Niflheim set? Also, why is a dragon, part of the anything set? Actually, I know why that one is. Because Nidhugger is supposed to sit in the lowest reaches of Niflheim. One flail, one thing here. I will say, this kind of interlace design is very much found on runestones, so, you know, the kind of spiral of the text line here is kind of the best part of this whole set from a historical perspective. Anyway. By the way, Math, are you here? You wanted yesterday, or last time, you wanted to take a look at some of the other, like, weird weapons, right? The Yukon Vasara. Random Leos Alphar Blade, as if that's a thing. Svipul. Oh, interesting. Do they not have... There he is. This is not a Norse weapon. This is an Irish one. One Ariathbar later. This spear is better known as the Lewin. It's called the Ariathbar in, like, one source. That's pretty obscure, but apparently exists in Japan because JRPGs freaking love this name. And guess where AC Valhalla got it from? Svipul is a Valkyria thing. Hey, look, it's an Ice helmet. Welp. A Celtic cross shield. Oh, yes, quite. Uh-huh. If you say so. Just slap some random iconography on there and it counts, right? That's totally how shields work. Meanwhile, this is another mythological one from, once again, not Norse. A replica of the thunder god Ukko's magic hammer. Not to be confused with Thor's equally magical hammer. Yeah, the Ukon Visara literally means the hammer of Ukko. So, he is another thunder hammer-wielding deity from Finnish folklore. It is likely that the two influenced each other, like Thor and Ukko pretty clearly have some amount of influence on each other, but the extent to what that is still a little bit debated. Anyway, let's see. Let's make sure we load the correct one. Manual save 6. Yep, that should be right, because the previous save I used is... yeah. Okay. So, last time we did the entire Grand Brishira arc. What? I thought the event ended. Well timed, well timed. Good thing we did all of that last week, right? First things first, let's see if we can get something totally nonsense and good fun from Reda.
Salutations.
What do you have today?
What are your stuff? Well, those are both all terrible. So, we can have a random Holder Folk banner, which is literally just settlement decoration. We can have the Valkyrie Allfather statue, which is also just random decoration. Or we can get the Einherjar helm. What do you think? Do we go for it, or do we save up for something truly terrible when it shows up? I wish we could take a look at this before we bought it, you know? Small amount of life. I mean, it's a good set. And actually, as far as historical off of this teeny tiny thing, it looks like it's one of the more historically accurate things. Like, you know, I complained about them not having the sudden Who helm, but this is pretty similar in terms of the silver and the big. The kind of animal eyebrows and the animal ridge on the nose piece. The only part of this that's different from the Sudden Who helm is like the Sudden Who helm stretches all the way down, where this replaces that with a chain aventail, which is not really attested in the period, but chain tends to survive fairly poorly anyway, so it's not impossible to be used. I'm seeing a few more of the save up for something truly atrocious, but I'm also seeing some gets it. So, we will revisit that at the end of the set. We'll revisit that at the end.
Another series of tasks that require a keen eye.
Okay, Reda.
One of our supply. No hurry, but sooner's always better.
Fair.
I must
Thank you, Reda.
Way now. Goodbye.
Thank you for giving us some random opals. I mean, we get like 30 opals off of finishing those, which is not terrible. It's just also not good. We have a new bow. We have a new bow there. Let's see, what else do we have to do as kind of just basic stuff? Let's go see if anything new is in the shop. See if we have any new money. See if we have any new tragedies to do.
I would like to see what you have in stock.
So,
Can't have too
we're always
many.
looking for, you know,
This looks practically made for you.
see if we have anything truly terrible off of these. And remember, chat, since there are some people who haven't been here for a while, there is an incentive using channel points to change my equipment. I will kind of select what stuff I'm doing, but you have the power to
You
really
know
make me
you
have
are my second
use
best
whatever
customer.
you want.
You should buy that.
You know, we're just gonna spend all of our cash on upgrade
Use it
materials,
wisely.
because I have a bad feeling that you all are going to make me keep switching weapons. Here
I'll
we
see you
go.
later, friend.
I hope to see you soon.
Anyway, let's take a look at what things we have to set up our loadout for the day. No, wait, what? Why do we have two? How do we have two? Huh? They're both bad, but like, we're not supposed to have two of them. You know, let's go really dumb. Let's go really dumb with the stupid smoke effects. The only part I don't like about that, it has very stupid smoke effects. Anyway, we will start off with this one. And then we will start off with this one. And then we will actually, you know, let's keep the Thor. Let's keep the Thor thing. Let's use the Carolingian helm. And let's use a Predator bow for today. And do some random upgrades. And more upgrades and stuff. There we go. Okay, so we also still have a couple of other things to do on our map here. Let's take a look. So, last time, remember, Volka ruined our day, and our life, and our everything. So, we're gonna need to be careful around her. See, we've got one to do there, one to do there, and one to do way up there. Huzzah. There's nothing close to that. Ew. That's okay, we can warp up to Repton to do that. But first, we're going to pledge to East Anglia, and then see if we can't get Volka to actually go to her house. For a change. Do literally
Good day.
anything. Yes? Yes,
Jailbird,
Shelbert?
are you well?
I am, but
Everyone say hi
I
to
wish I
Best
could have
Boy.
risen to the challenge put before us, instead of just hiding here in the longhouse.
You are exactly
Yeah.
where you needed to be, defending the people and yourself.
I know. I just...
Our forces outside were sufficient. And your father would have many unkind words for me if anything had happened
That's
to you.
an
I
understatement.
know. I only wish my father's long shadow didn't darken my prospects here. I want to learn from
Oh,
you.
everyone say hi to these,
Watch.
I have no doubt. Next time, then.
look at our Predator bow, which has two very cute looking wolf skulls on it. Totally inaccurate, but also very fun. Anyway, yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna pledge to East Anglia first, save,
I want to see
and
the
then
Alliance
we're
map.
going to take on, oh wow, we could do all sorts of stuff. We could do Oxen and Fortiere, we could do London, we can do East Anglia. We're gonna
Those
do East
Dane
Anglia this time.
invaders, They came from East
But
Anglia,
if we
is that
pledge
right?
and then
Yes.
save,
Dane invaders
then
to serve a
hopefully
man called Ruud. He
Randvi
seems to be
will
sowing discord
remember
among
that she's supposed
Saxons
to
and
leave the
friendly Danes
longhouse.
alike. Years ago, the sons of Ragnar hoped to pacify the land.
We're gonna hope that he will
They
actually,
appointed a steward
it will
named
actually
Finnr
happen.
to find a suitable Saxon king. But the kingdom has fallen into ruins since, with no king and violent raiders ravaging what little peace remains.
Is that so?
I suggest
Well, that's
you make
unlucky.
for East Anglia and find out what their steward is doing wrong.
So, The TLDR of what is going wrong
I'll make the trip
is
east
that
then.
we have some
Speak to
violent
this Finnr
marauders doing.
myself.
A good plan.
We have some violent marauders doing terrible, stupid things. By the way, I can't say I understand why they're pronouncing Finnr as Finnr. I'm not really sure what their deal is with that, but that's okay. Now. Let's go. Save. We're gonna save. Exactly. Math, you understand perfectly. Okay, Volka. Don't do me dirty.
Eivor, what a pleasure to see you.
Volka?
Oh dear, it feels like it's been so long.
Valka, my friend, you're most welcome here. Are you well?
Well, wait.
Better than well.
I've gotta say, I'm not sure why the Huldu folk one just has like a net attached to a
My
thing.
mother has found her peace.
Oh well.
at last. She walks through
Everyone,
the sea
RNG bless, because it seems to be just RNG as to whether Randvi
It's all
actually
any of us can
does
hope
the
for.
thing she is scripted to do.
Indeed. Come.
How was your passage?
Exhilarating. The
Uh-huh.
waves and the wind were with us from the start. We flew like seabirds. And how are you? In spite of your stoic look, there is a brightness in your eyes that warms me.
It may be a kind of hope. A
So,
settlement is growing.
Right, this game spends a lot of time harping on about how Eivor is just seeking glory,
Visions?
They come and go.
but like this scene
But leave all that
immediately
aside.
undermines that,
Let me
right?
help you with your things.
Because Eivor seems to be
This way.
taking pride in the
We
building
found
of the
a fine
settlement
spot for
and the
you at the
helping
foot of the
of
hill.
people and giving them
Every
homes.
hour we traveled, I tried to conjure in my mind some vision of this place.
And how close were you?
I saw the trees and the water and the rolling hill, but I could not foresee so much green. It
Ah
is a
yes,
magnificent
once again, it is
and
still
color,
snowing.
A balm for sea-salted eyes.
Also, once again, the Vestfold is not that dismal.
Curse on the settlement or some such.
What's shocking is, you know, they
The
went to
only
Norway.
curse
The
on this
developers
place is
went
their
to
great
Norway.
loud
They were in
accent.
Bergen. And they were like,
It
oh
is a
yes,
rare
the
feeling
color
to
green is
travel
unknown
across the
in
sea and still find oneself at home.
southwest
This place
Norway.
feels powerful, alive.
Do you foresee great things for us?
No need for foresight. I feel it in my
And once
heart.
again, for us, not for me, for us. Eivor is, you know, generally has the option to be a terrible person. Randvi did the thing!
Wanted to ensure the place was up to snuff. We must talk again soon, Randvi, once I'm settled.
And before my arms fall off, what is this I'm carrying?
My heaviest reagents, of course.
Oh,
Net, whalebone, flecks of gold.
Put this one to honest work. That is what I like to see.
praise, chat. I don't know
All
what he
these
did,
people you have brought here.
but
This life you have
praise be.
faced on these stranger shores. Does it please you?
It does. To know that I have
See,
built this
to
place
know I
and
have
kept
built this
these
place and kept these
safe
people
is a
safe
gift.
is a
You
gift.
speak first of yourself when I ask this question. Which says more than you intend, I think.
Uh-huh. Is that how they're trying to get around it? Right.
Salve, Eivor. Ad Meliora.
Good day,
And who is that fellow?
Octavian. A strange man. I think you'll like him.
Indeed.
You see there? Your home is just ahead.
Tell me about your visions.
They are as they have always been. Little has changed, save their clarity.
Yeah,
With every
we're
return,
gonna
the
see
things
those
I
in a
see
couple of
feel
weeks.
Less like dreams and more like memories.
We're gonna really
And
see
does
those in
the
a couple of
Allfather
weeks.
still appear before you?
From time to time, yes. He speaks to me as well, but it feels mad to say such things aloud.
I understand. You can put those just there. Thank you.
Generally, it would not have been perceived as mad, actually. While prophetic dreams are not
we are.
common, they are hardly rare either.
Just as you promised.
Even from figures
As soon
interpreted
as I am
as
settled here,
Odin
we
or
can
in some way
return to the
Odinic.
matter of your visions.
For instance, in like Njál Saga, Flossi,
please.
the antagonist of kind
You
of the
are
end of the
touched,
saga,
Eivor.
has
I
a
can't
dream
wait for
in which
godly
a
tidings.
some kind of
Please
giant
let me
called, I think it's
I may know
Jagdgrimur,
a way to clarify
walks
these
out of a
mysteries.
mountain, points
An
to
elixir
everyone who
that
dies
may
in the
open
rest
the
of the
door
saga
your mind
by
into the
name,
realm of the
and then
gods.
walks back into the
If you think
mountain.
it would help, I can finish your home myself.
And then
Only give me some time.
Flossie confides
I
this
would
to
be
someone,
grateful.
and
Thank you, Eivor.
the fear is not
course.
that he would be seen as mad, but that the people who are about to go burn down, Thorgersson's farm, really in a hurry to sit down there, weren't you? But the people who are going to sit down, or who are going to sort of figure out, or burn down, Thorgersson's farm, would lose heart and would not go through with the burning. So he just conveniently hides this fact,
This will do.
and then is deeply unsurprised when people start dropping like flies.
I am most at home helping others.
And by dropping like flies, I mean getting stabbed
We could.
by the survivor
Make it
of
worth
the
something.
burning.
I need one more ingredient to finish an elixir for you. Look around the pond there. You will find what I require.
Yeah, we're gonna
Once
do that
brewed,
later.
This elixir will help you dive deeper into your visions, to see them more clearly.
We're gonna do that later, okay? So, yeah, after the farm burns down, a lot of them actually die in an unrelated event in battle in Ireland, because they all got outlawed from Iceland, at least temporarily. And so they all flee to the Orkney Islands, and then get caught up in the historical Battle of Clontarf, which is, an event on Good Friday 1014, in which Brian Boru, dies, but also kills off, part of the Norse Kingdom of Dublin and the Earl of the Orkney Islands. So, first things first, let's go take on this random Jonsviking. Again. Math understands because Ireland is great. I'm sure Watcher would agree.
Let's go.
But yeah, I mean, it's not entirely transparent, like, why they chose to go to the Orkneys, or why they chose to participate in the battle, because they didn't have to. And in fact, Flossie, the leader of the whole gang, and the only one who doesn't die, chooses not to, and actually discourages everyone else from doing it. But they seem to be short-sighted and greedy, and eager for renown of battle, and so they participate in the fight, and then they all get killed. But immediately before this, Kauri, the survivor of the burning, actually showed up in the Orkney Islands and walks into the hall as one of them is telling about how he killed Skarpjeven, Njál's eldest son. And Kauri walks up and just decapitates the dude apropos of nothing. Well, apropos of many things, but no warning, no introduction, no words. Just like mid-sentence walks up and slices his head off, and then says hello. Hang on a minute, we've got a bot. Apologies. Oh. Need to be able to read chat. Exactly. And by the way, after he does this, the King of the Isles, the Earl of Orkney, basically is about to go and kill Kauri, and Flossie, of all people, is the one who goes, no, 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 hang on, no, no. That one was justified, just, like, let him go.
Let the sail out! We'll pick up from there.
Anyway, we're quick gonna take on a Jomsviking, and as I said last week, remember, the Jomsvikingar are a specific group of people. They aren't just strong people.
We can continue.
They are, in fact, a specific group of legendary Danish mercenaries. They're professional mercenaries, not just someone who's around. And so, supposedly, people like Thorkel the Tall, was a member of the Jomsvikingar, as was Svein Forkbeard.
Show me what.
There's our
lies ahead.
target. Well then. Point well taken. Don't fight all of these guys at once. Here we go. Interesting, why are they still backing off? Damn it. Okay, that did not work the way I was supposed to. Not even slightly. Oh well. That's why we've got this, right? Look at this combat. Nope, bad. And what? Number 1. They mentioned that the weekly contracts are a little bit harder than the regular ones. Okay, that just didn't work. Repeat stabbings, however, do work. Oh god, that hit like all of my health. I did not notice that he hit me for all of my health there, and that was nearly extremely awkward. So the reason his arms are growing Raptorus is that those are weak points, and if I put an arrow in those weak points, he will lose a whole bunch of his stamina bar, which means I'll, in theory, be able to mark him a lot easier. Also, this elite, super duper elite guy, right? A member of the Jomsvikingar who fled, and they're out to get revenge for desertion. His bodyguards are way scarier than he is. Are they also Jomsvikings? But yeah. I find it weird that they are kind of making the Jomsvikings such a generic kind of everywhere thing, because it's an extremely restrictive group of people. who operated in a very limited amount of time for a purpose.
Need
Well,
to clothe
ish.
myself here.
For kind of a purpose. The purpose being, super duper glory. Like, they are the Vikingest Vikings, where there's kind of some historical ambiguity as to how interested they, actually were. Okay. One guy there. Alright. Not the one I wanted to get, actually, but that's fine. That's fine. We're done.
Shall we be deemed worthy? We will meet again at Ragnarok.
Right, the game... Exactly, Raptors. The game is actually seems to be... we can't actually fast travel right now. We gotta get out of combat. There's a lot of combat. I don't really want to spend 15 minutes just wailing on dudes, even if it would be easy. So let's run like hell, and then we'll eventually exit combat. Or something. There we go. Anywho, we're just doing some kind of cleanup stuff. We'll get started on the main story of the time soon. I promise. We're actually in East Anglia now, and the viewpoint we just traveled to is called Britannia's Watch. Seems to be in kind of rough shape, won't lie. But clearly supposed to be a Roman temple with a personification of Britain. Not exactly sure why or what is going on here. I don't even know if... I don't actually know if this is a real place. My gut feeling is no, but I don't actually know that.
Aid me.
In the meantime, as we're riding through here, we're going to pick up some of these mysteries, unless these mysteries are terrible. These mysteries might be terrible and unbeatable, because East Anglia has the hardest fight in the game. It's not this one, though, luckily. Oh, it is this one. Oh. Oh, fun. It is this one. Actually, I don't remember. Is this one Reagan or is this one Cordelia? It's one of the two. In either way, that is another daughter of Larian, which we need some oomph before we can take on a daughter of Larian. Like, there's no real reason to kind of waste our time, energy, sanity, save files, everything on a fight that is literally unbeatable right now. Because, Goneril was a little bit difficult. Rayan is a lot harder. Is level... I believe it's kind of, Goneril is level 80.
The gods here are vigilant.
Rayan is level 160. And Cordelia is level 320. Oh, yes. Just keep carrying it. Go on. Easy. Easy fight. Raptorus, don't question it. There's no rhyme, reason, or logic, and also, do you guys enjoy the box? The interior of that box is lovely, Ubisoft. Thank you for sharing it. Alright, this is where I got the, given that there still is a dead body down there, that guy was a member of the Templars, or Order of the Ancients, I should say. So his corpse just kind of hangs out forever. Come on. Oh, there you are. Yeah, Matt, that was kind of my sense too, is that, you know, when they're saying Britannia's watch, they are quite literally doing a British imperialism and applying that back to ancient Rome for no obviously discernible reason. But that's okay. Here we are. They did the thing. It's not our job to question it, it's just, we just get to roll with it. That's a lot of this game. We just kind of get a roll with it. Let's see, where are we going? Did I not... I didn't actually... Really? Thanks, game. Anyway. East Anglia, the place we are going, had the sort of misfortune of having its king just get completely killed with basically no fight early on in the times of the Great Viking Army. And that throws the entire country basically into, almost immediately into some sort of Norse control. Once again, as with Mercia, there are definitely, you know, thanes individual thanes who survive and maintain their power and continue to have influence in East Anglia, but, you know, losing the actually fairly powerful King Edmund because he just doesn't put up a fight is kind of unlucky, you know, just in general. So, anyway, Saint Edmund, because he was immediately sanctified, was supposedly killed according to Alfred's Life of Saint Edmund, which is a hagiography, and should be treated as a hagiography and not as a reliable account of basically anything. Certainly not in particular. Wonder if we have Blinding Rush yet. Do we have Blinding Rush yet? That'll make my job a lot easier. Give me just a moment here. That is Dive of the Valkyries. That is not that, not that. Not that, not that. Nope, 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 nope. I do want to equip this one though, because this means we never need to use an oil pod again. The incendiary power trap blows up walls. But sadly, we have no Blinding Rush, which means we've actually got to, like, go after this. Intentionally. Nay. Jesus. Eivor. Eivor! Every bloody time. I don't think there's a way I catch up to this.
Know the witch. Suffering hard times, I see.
I will be very surprised if I collect this before... Hey, it actually left me. Thank you for slowing down. The free running is still not good in this anything. Anyway, since this is nominally a city, we've got a whole bunch of things to do. Won't they be fun? Most of them are kind of useless, I'll be honest. But we will at least pretend. And there's a fast travel point we need to pick up anyway, so no huge deal here. Why is a mythological horse? What is the horse doing? Hello?
I do not think the horse can hear you.
I don't think the horse can hear you either.
Anything. So how does he, how did Father do it then? The horse always comes when he summons it. Father was a good horse summoner, I'll have you know. And I'll ride in his stead.
Well... So, Skin Foxy is the horse of Dagur. Like, not Dag. But literally the embodiment of day.
Easy, girl.
So,
My summoning worked.
is that
The
so?
horse is a little unsettled, but safe.
And also very deaf, apparently.
Master the great summoner, first of a name, thank ye.
Next time, summon a bridge.
If Father was still alive, he would be proud of me. Wouldn't he, Skin Folly? Wait, what did I call you earlier?
Maybe the horse.
So, yeah, mythological horse.
You little rat! Come back with my horse!
Uh-oh, let's go, Skin Foxy. Follow the wind.
Well...
Stop! Stop!
Well, we did a thing. We are not responsible for anything we have done. I refuse to take responsibility for aiding and abetting theft. Oh wait, this is the wrong building. Why am I climbing this building? Is there an easy way down from this building? I feel like there's not. Oh well, here we go. Let's try climbing the correct building this time. We appear to have two churches made out of stone in the space of, like, 20 feet. Which is definitely something. For the most part, churches in early medieval England were made out of wood. Like, much like the Stavkirkir we see in Norse parts of the game. The primary building material for all of these is wood. And actually, we saw that in, like, the Ragnarsson outpost very early in the game. Looked like it was a partially built church made out of wood. But for some reason, probably based on the fact that all of the surviving examples of early English churches are made out of stone, they have instead chosen to make every single one stone. Which is not an invalid decision, but it's definitely an interesting one. Aww. Where's the key? I saw it. There's the key. It's inside the other church. Church, 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 church. Hey, look at that. But this piece of music is so good. I'm not sure why I'm opening this up, but I'm gonna open it up anyway. Well, there's cash up there. That feels like a useful reason. And we'll just climb around the outside instead of actually, you know, shooting down the ladder like we're supposed to. And they just keep some leather and some iron ore on top of the bookshelf, which is full of scrolls. It being full of scrolls like this is not invalid, or not even historically weird. Churches very often did have some kind of space where they would store records, not books. You know, they do have scriptoria and they do have libraries, but then they also have places where they keep just records. Some of the more mundane stuff, you know, income. And those would often be written on scrolls instead of in codices. So, the whole kind of manor roll system that we have some really colossal examples of. Indeed. Why did you illuminate this manuscript to say that? Like, you're just warning them that it exists, right? A lot of effort there. A lot of effort. Anywho, you have no new contracts, so where are we going now? Suppose we should actually head up towards, like, the hall. And see what other stuff we've got around here. There's a lot of kind of world events in towns, so it's a good place to get some easy experience. Cat!
What a handsome cat. Hello, friend of Freya. What's wrong?
Hey, Nolly, come back, you sneak!
Here,
No.
little one.
Cat! Give cat. Cat, please. Aw. Hello?
Got you, little mouse biter.
Aw. He's just dancing now.
Nolly hasn't let anyone touch him since old Cutter died. But he sure loves you.
Do you want to join my crew, Nolly? You would make a fine raider.
By the
I
way,
think.
his
Every long ship
old,
needs a brave cat for luck.
like,
And
cat
for
made
the rats. Looks
cat
like I
made
have
something
another
other
raider.
stuff. The Cutter is just named Cat, which is a very good name for a cat. Old Cutter. I now cannot pet my own cat. Please let me pet cat. Aw. So now the cat is on is going to be on our ship, and we'll board the ship next. We'll actually take a look and see the cat hanging out. This is not historically inaccurate. Probably, maybe. Not 100% transparent, but, you know, very plausible. Because genetic studies of cats indicate that there's a big kind of influx of Scandinavian DNA into the British population of house cats in the Viking Age.
himself could now drink me.
Oh, good. We don't have all of the money.
Down it faster than me, and you are the victim.
Alright, let's drink.
Silver.
We should be able to do the medium bet.
You're on. Ha! We
So,
drink. All comers.
the interpretation of why, you know, why there are suddenly cats around, and why we get this big influx in the Viking Age, is that cats would have been included on the diaspora. And that's reasonably plausible, just because, especially when a longship is loaded with cargo, even though it is a very shallow hull, a very flexible hull, you could still get rats on board, or mice, and having a cat around is not unhelpful in this case. And
Blackstone soon.
that being said, like, we don't have a lot of sacrificial examples of cats, like they weren't buried in funerary contexts, so it's not they don't seem to have been as important as popular conscience likes to believe. Because there aren't really all that many examples of, you know, cats being associated with Freya outside of the Prose Edda. Snorri definitely thinks cats are associated with Freya. But it's Snorri, so, take that as you will. Oh, indeed. Oh, a nice Thor statue. Bloody horned helmets.
Well, if it isn't Eivor of the Raven clan.
How do you know me?
People talk.
Snorri.
I've heard all the rumors.
Snorri learned most of those stories from his dad, probably,
coward,
or at least
cur,
a decent
and
number of them.
leech. Perhaps you can swing that wee axe on your belt, but I doubt you've much talent for speech.
Thank you, Chadwick.
You might be surprised. Let us duel.
Well, I'll need a wager first.
Here's the silver.
Let's earn some
Now
cash.
begin.
To all those whom I speak, they say Eivor's a clod.
Then you're speaking to fools and their
Claude and
knowledge
Flawed
flawed.
is...
Well, not bad. They say
Fair.
you're a coward who runs from
Oh
a
good,
fight.
an actual insult from a fighting.
And they're sorely mistaken. I'm known for my might.
Interesting.
This was like from their summer preview.
Silent whispers all claim
The
that
whole
you're
arc
terribly
we're doing
dense.
here is that preview.
Then you've clearly mishurt them. My wit is immense.
Indeed.
Oh, you looked out with that one.
Did I really look
Well,
out?
what a surprise. Eivor of the Raven clan is a true talent. I'm shocked.
Don't believe everything you hear, unless it touches on my flighting. Then heed every word.
Take the coin and know that only praise will henceforth cross my lips.
Well then, we did the social thing, we earned some cash, got rewarded, let's go. Hey look, the plot. So yeah, if any of you remember the summer event, that means, you know, we're gonna see some weird stuff later on. You know, Berg
Finnr?
Castle. Also, everyone say hi to Finnr.
Unless Halfdan sent you.
I sent myself. I want to speak with Finnr, the steward who should be working
Finnr.
to put a king on that throne.
Oh, come on, if we're gonna do Euepenthesis, let's not make it
I
Iepenthesis.
found the man already. I'm only waiting on him to get married.
Which man?
You know, stranger, you
Ahoy,
interrupted a
Finnr.
beautiful dream. I was sailing through Helheim, drifting on a ship of fire.
Dreams of death often run ahead of the real thing.
Yeah, that's
Oh, wouldn't that be a burden off my shoulders?
Finnr has some serious depression
Business
hours.
have you with the backwater king, anyway?
Danes
East
from
Anglia
here
is not a
attacked my
backwater.
clan. I want to know why and how to make sure
Huh?
it never happens again.
Ah, that would be Rued's clan. They killed the last man I put here, Adelstan. I suspect they'll do the same to our next monarch.
A Dane who cannot keep the Danes in line? Not much of a steward, are you?
If
Hey,
I knew
hey.
how, I'd have rid our lands of them long ago. Rued's clan.
Eivor,
takes
you
all,
know that's not how any of that
Dane
works.
and Saxon alike.
It's not like
You are
Halfdanr
the
actually gets to
sorriest
say
soldier I've met
anything in this.
country. Kick your king in the arse and fight back.
He needs more than a kicking. He's got nothing he should have to win this fight. No courage, no army, no charisma. If he wants to live longer than a season, he'll need the backing of his bride's family, which he hasn't. They loathe the maggot.
Who is he, your king maggot?
Y'all, Finnr, like,
Oswald
they
of
immediately
Elmenham.
undersay him.
He was King Edmund's counsel before the invasions. And like it or not, he's the last Saxon noble with any sway.
Well,
Why not crown a Dane instead?
Halfdan Jarl made it clear.
Halfdan
Once a Saxon
Konungur.
king married to a
He's the
Dane,
king of
a
Northumbria.
great show of unity. But Oswald's not the sort of man you'd chase into battle with a grin. He's soft, The settled Danes don't trust him.
Where is he now? I'll get the measure of him, see what I can do.
You just missed him. He's headed for Elmenham just now, pleading once again for peace. If you go by the north gates and along the road, you may catch him.
Here we go. The Tale of Thane Oswald. So, Oswald of Elmenham is probably a historical figure. So, he's only known about from coins issued with his name, but seemed to rule sometime around, like, 875, but that means he was either a co-ruler with Guthrum, who we're going to meet in a bit, or he died very shortly after he took the throne. And Guthrum was his successor. If it's the second, that's rather deeply unfortunate. Because, you know, if he died, that means all the work we're about to put in just immediately went to waste. Anyway, another part of the Riksöer, which is the random, totally original saga that they composed. It doesn't read like a saga, like they don't really do the attempt to write it in a saga style. Which is odd. What do you mean Black Saber? Huh? What a weird mishmash of, like, early modern and pre-Christian Norse terms. So, like, they're literally using Sather to just mean magic, and then creating a distinction between black magic and white magic, which is early modern and mostly Italian. Yeah, right? Okay, we're gonna, you know, once we collect all the pages of this thing, we're going to spend some time just... Right, that's in this place too. We'll have to take a look at that, make sure we take a look at that, because that suspicious thing is wild.
It was blessed by a priest, as were the arrows. These arrows are very lovely indeed.
Of King Edmund's death, the pagans ordered King Edmund to renounce God and all that is holy, but even beaten, bound, and bludgeoned, our Lord held fast to his faith. Our monarch bid them do their worst, for he would not bend to their will. With their cruel barbs, the heathens murdered him in this place. So, this is actually not totally different from Alfred's account, but it's also not exactly the same as Alfred's account. So, what happens, is that Hingvar and Hubba, i.e. Ivar and Ubba, were rampaging through East Anglia in 870, and then... actually, let me grab my copy of Alfred. Give me just a second here, so I can make sure I get the details right.
These arrows are very lovely. Very lovely.
Of lato de metodaste isne mikte idgete gretan tutiman. Nene istunje revan je letvan aswatek?
Okay, so...
Ote hatnas adrinkat hine on sewe. Ote better a bit that he befought hine on fjord. Wunderlich gethokt. Luf me were thone flaggan de lisnjan.
Okay, so the reason that... Yeah, okay, so basically, Edmund, as Hingwar and Hubba are off kind of rampaging, decides that, he is not going to throw away all of his Thane's lives in an attempt to fight them, and so he just kind of lays down his sword when they march into Northwich into his hall, and they capture him and take him hostage. They then carry him out of the city into the woods, where then they are kind of mocking him, and rather than trying to make him renounce his renounce God, they're instead considering, whether they should ransom him, get some money, as the Vikings are trying to do. However, Hingwar and his men get extremely drunk, and they decide to use Edmund as target practice. And so, bound to a tree, he is turned into a pincushion and then decapitated. Not here in the seat, way out in the woods. After he's decapitated, they leave the kind of body and head a little bit separated, and a wolf comes and guards the head. Meanwhile, the head, in a miracle, starts calling out to the searchers who are trying to rescue him. And so they recover the body and the head and lay it in state in church. And the body doesn't rot, instead it grows more fair, so it looks only like a kind of single...
Those sacred arrows. You've desecrated a martyr's place.
Yep.
Halt, stranger. Show me those arrows.
Why are you so passionate about these arrows?
When Father James blessed the late King Edmund, he blessed that holy throne and all upon it.
The blessing did not take.
That depends on your opinion of King Edmund. I wonder... I have studied those arrows, but never dared touch them. But
why, though?
Since you plucked them anyway, would you sell them to me?
Should we sell them? So yeah, they decapitate Edmund, and then a wolf protects the head, they recover it, they lay him in state. Someone doesn't believe that he's actually a saint, and so goes into the church to see it, sees the head and body have basically fused back together apart from a thin red line, kind of like a ribbon, and then he comes outside, tells this, goes insane, runs into the woods and dies. This is perceived of as a great miracle, and gets Edmund sainted almost immediately.
I'm willing to sell, but the King Edmund arrows might be mixed up with my own.
I've the eye of an archivist, able to sort new from old. The kingdom's history shall be restored. Just sell them all to me. These arrows are the very same that pierced
Well, that was a decent
good
amount of
Saint
money.
Edmund.
Yoink, yoink.
I must study these holy relics. Thank you.
Oh, that was all of my arrows. Oh, that was all of my arrows. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. We might actually have to buy some, or... I guess we just won't be using arrows for a bit. That's way out in, like, the distance. Those are all fine. Whatever, whatever. Nothing important out there, so, guess we should go off over here. Okay. So, with that fun thing, instead of being a martyr, or he is a martyr, he actually is named Edmund the Martyr, but instead of being asked to renounce God and all of it, he's like, no, I'm just not going to sacrifice. I'm not going to force my people to fight a fight they cannot win. I would rather just die. And so they obliged. Don't you love it when a plan comes together like that? Auto loot is probably useful, as is more assassination damage.
They rushed in like wolves, killing and burning as they went.
I built myself a home here. Rued's clan attacked us as well.
Yes, it did.
How nice to have a home to speak of, man. Mine was burnt to the ground years ago. And by whom, I wonder?
Please, all of you, be with
Yeah, he's
Daniel
regarded as a
Saxon.
pretty
We
good
all
king,
want
all
the same
things considered,
peace,
apart from the
with
whole
land to till
dying
and home
part.
to keep, without fear of Rued's violence.
But East Anglia has a few years of kind of a problem. The Summer Army kind of runs the show for a bit, to be honest.
Our futures run together,
Though it does
not
create a
apart.
hybrid state.
what are these days
Until
attacking us,
Guthrum,
eh?
after his conversion,
What will you
takes
do
the
about
name
them?
Athelstan. And then...
When I am your king, I'll set things right.
You will be king when I'm a flying troll.
a little bit sooner than that.
A king should be harsher in tone with those who disrupt.
This
his
is not good
kingdom.
advice, we don't
Not
recommend
yet
this.
king, so I'll listen to my people before deciding what tone to take.
Good answer,
I am
Oswald.
Eivor of the Raven clan. Are you Oswald?
So everyone say hi to Oswald. He's actually pretty
Kill
cool.
me, are you?
I am not in the habit of killing kings, but I do like.
Unlike
meeting
a
them.
certain friend of
I
ours.
am Oswald, yes, for as long as I can hold out.
So what happened here, Oswald?
A clan led by a Dane called Rued attacked this morning. They've been sacking farms and hamlets across East Anglia for some time now, growing more brazen by the day.
They are
know this
raiders,
is
that's
Helfton's
kind
land.
of what they
They must.
do.
They just don't care.
Their chaos has touched my home as well.
Uh-huh.
And I'm here to see that it
This
does
is
not happen again.
unsurprising.
Lately,
Well,
I've come to learn
we
you are
don't
the hook that
have
old
a
folks hang
like
upon.
ton of records
As
of
king, you
raids
could
in
unite
the
all
Danelaw.
Saxons and friendly Danes.
There's really no reason to
Mine
suppose
are
that
way
raids
to bear,
didn't happen in the
Who
Danelaw.
else, if not a king, should
So-
bear it?
Travel with me, Eivor. We can discuss my tenuous future on the road home.
No, Cuchulainn, Ahoy is the Czech, is actually Czech, derived from, well, Ahoy, the English pirating
Good.
term.
A
So,
well-matched marriage can forge a strong
but it is
alliance.
just fun to say, so we...
So what's the holdup?
Hold up. I don't yet have permission to marry Valdis. Her
Oh.
brothers don't approve of me.
Well, that's unfortunate. That is legitimate. Assuming that, you know, that her father is dead, her Valdis's brothers would be kind of the ones who get to negotiate. And marriages are not a matter of love per se.
Slow down.
They're not.
Something is
Not.
quite right here.
I think
Hold.
the
There's smoke
the
ahead.
murdered cow is a hint of something being
Could be the same men who attacked at the walls of Norwich.
Attack on
not
Stay
right.
here. I'll have a look.
You know, like, I'm not an expert, but I think the something not right would be the pile of gore. Well, here we go. He doesn't need the cash anymore. Yes, quite. One. Let's see if I can get over the wall here. Yoink. Oh, what? That. Thank you for that assassinate. Incredible. Oh, hello. Hey, we have missile reversal. I forgot we picked that one up. By the way, in case you heard the background noise that we were not really paying attention to. It is truly just Uno reverse. But yeah, the background noise of this guy saying, "Wow, I am a terrible person. I don't." Yoink. Such a terrible person, right?
That should be the last of these pig-faced cowards.
Uh,
Oswald will be relieved to know. of this.
Eivor. Oh, why are you calling them cowards? Huh? Once again, I continue to be middlingly confused. Where is our key? There's a key somewhere. Somewhere nearby even. I just don't remember where. There it is. Friend key. Oh, yes, you are inside the animal pen. The pigs are still alive. Isn't that nice of them? Exactly. Oh, Raptorus, time slows down when you stab someone, don't you know? Now then, Edgar, it's been days since Alder left to track the raiders. Well, rip. We're just gonna rob them blind. You know, we're gonna finish the job that they didn't have magic powers that let them do. Anyway, let's go talk to Oswald, because, you know, he was definitely helpful and did literally anything in this entire fight. Right? Literally anything. My guy.
Rued's clan. They left none alive.
God rest their souls. I'm needed at home to make yet another fruitless attempt to impress my betrothed family.
Show more grit than you're showing me now, and they may start to like you.
Yes, sorry, I'm just shaken.
Understandably
if you
so.
joined us at dinner, that might ease their minds a touch. Think about
I like
my
the
doors
pommel
are
of his
open
sword,
to
by the way. No, let's not recommend that he become more like Brodier and Brother. That
I'll be happy to join you. Tell me when and where.
sounds unpleasant.
Visit us in Elmham whenever you have
I
time.
like his sword, actually. That's one of the best swords we've seen in, like, this entire game. Good. I mean, yes, but those guys weren't that hard. Like, we saw perfectly well these guys were not exactly what I would call a, difficult fight. Nope. Let's go grab that, because it'll save us time later. And we have to be nighttime anyway, in order for the plot to start. And while we can do that via meditating, we can also do that via being easily distracted. Speaking of swords, you worry me, Leander. What horrors are you about to inflict on me? Also, yeah, you know, that is totally a thing we can do. You know, we're gonna go create peace in East Anglia by raiding the monastery. Yep. There it is. Greatsword main hand. One Carolingian greatsword later. And flail offhand. Do you remember which sword that is? Blues? Like, there's some pretty tragic ones, I won't lie. But there's a lot of options for fairly tragic ones. But you never even let me main hand the flail, right? We just gotta do the special spin to win. Oh, yeah, that one. That's going to be, like... That is unfortunately going to be extremely late in the game, so we won't get a lot of time to do it, but... You know it's going to happen. Really? Wow, such a graceful leap of the... See, I was expecting something more nonsense like that. Anyway, Kaboom. By the way, if I haven't mentioned yet, I do genuinely really like that little musical clip that shows up. You know, with pretty much every time we viewpoint, that little bit of the one that's playing right now is kind of awesome, and I do dearly love it. Oh, hey, look! One, Blinding Rush is good. I'm a fan. Let me equip. And two, it's a book of knowledge that isn't on a pedestal. It isn't sitting up on this little like podium thing. It isn't super decked out in gold. It's just sitting on a table. They could have done it the entire time. They had the power. I am out of arrows. Ah, come on, they just kind of randomly detected us. Ow. Ow. Jesus, I hate hammers so much. They are the dumbest thing. Luckily, we have the power of spin to win on our side. So, here we go. This sword is in fact way too big. Basically, they decided in development that a one-handed sword played too similarly to a one-handed axe. And so they kept the axes and got rid of the swords. But for some reason they also decided that the two-handed axe and the two-handed sword were able to be differentiated enough. So... right, like... grr. So we're gonna go here, and then we're gonna go over there. You know, something resembling efficiency in our random silly meanderings. Hello, horse? There we go. Arrows. Thank you. Those didn't seem to give me predator arrows. Oh, I have... yeah, I have one whole predator arrow. Where are we going? 130 meters that way. There we go. Somewhere up there, there's another... oh, hey, it's an offering. Hey, look, it's the runestone from the trailers. With this giant oak tree. And it is actually an oak. We can actually see the leaves on this one. Hey, Leif, someone has stolen the offerings from said stone again. Indeed. So, this one's actually a world event. It's not, our horse just flew for a moment. Don't question it. But, you know, they'd be
taken from me.
far more.
Footprints. Could be a child.
They would be far more effective if they didn't decide to dress up as elves. And by elves, I mean paint themselves green and otherwise be children. This is in fact where this game has the...
We've been found! Retreat! Play with us! Come to the land of St. Martin's. It is shrouded within
Saint Martin, eh?
eternal twilight.
Where are your parents?
Questions, questions. Those can wait. Let's go up first.
Martin of Tours. For some reason, these Norse kids are citing, you know,
Welcome
one
to
of the
St.
most
Martin's
popular
land,
saints
weary
of
traveler.
France. Ragged note, breakfast, 2 beans apiece, a prayer for Saint Martin. Giving thanks for breakfast. Well, that's not great. But, you know, are incredibly extremely poor, but also have a top board. Like, oh, I don't want that. Nope, I don't want that. There we go. Now let's zoom in on this. Look at this. It's tough. Or Nefertov is the kind of full name of it, which is kind of the, I guess, chess variant of the Norse Middle Ages. And this is a really well-made board. Like, this is not, like, you know, scratched in a... This is not using acorn shells for pieces, and, lines drawn in the dirt as a board. This is definitely an elite piece, using rare blue dyes, or blue paints on the wood. And so the kind of quick and dirty summary of the rules of this game, by the way, are that you have 2 players. In this case it's blue and red, though it's typically white and black. The white player starts in the squares in the center, with a king and then a bunch of things. The black player starts here out on the board, and the goal is to get the king to the outside edge. If the red player can make it so that if black can make it so white doesn't have the ability to make it to a corner, black wins. And they can capture pieces by surrounding them. So, that's kind of our quick and dirty summary. There's some really good write-ups of the rules online, so... It's a fun game, though.
I thought we got away, sis.
Your hands and feet are swift, children, but your stealth needs work.
Ah, we were close.
You
We
were
will give you
close,
what we
kind
took,
of.
traveler. But first, you must listen to our story.
So,
Once, a long, long time ago, in a faraway land, there was a sister.
And a brother.
I was getting there.
I'm
But
not
yes,
I'm not
and a
sure,
brother. They lived happily in the land of Saint Martin.
I'm not really sure why they're
all by
citing Saint Martin
themselves,
here.
With delicious beans.
Lots and lots of beans. And cake.
But now, life is
Well said,
hard.
Felix.
There are no more beans or cake, and we have to take what is not ours.
We're not bad children, just hungry.
Sorry, Large Walker.
There is no shame in surviving, and there is nothing you should not do for family.
You're wise, Large Walker.
We have no food, for some reason. Well,
Here, take my silver. You are going to anyway. Buy what you
so,
need. Only steal if you cannot afford it.
Thank you. But I do not think we deserve this.
You don't deserve to live like this either. Spend the silver wisely.
Here, Large Walker.
A necklace?
Yes, it's a St. Martin seal. You're welcome here anytime, Large Walker. You're one of us
so
now.
the depiction of
Visit
these
us,
kids
okay?
is kind of
I will.
concerning.
Take care now, small green walker.
They are small and green, and kind of just steal things away in the night, and also do our classic thing that this game has already said refers to spooky pagan nonsense. If we remember the Gonerill fight from last week, remember the kind of the features there were mismatched animal horns and fur and ragged clothes. And also from 2 weeks ago with the Beowulf quest, the kind of mismatched animal horns being attached and the symbol of Grendel's mother in the hallucination state. And here we see, made out of branches instead, but, you know, mismatched horns, and fangs, and claws, and bones. And so it's actually ticking all the same factors for spooky pagan nonsense that we're seeing here, even though they are Norse children, according to the game, and they specifically and repeatedly are mentioning Mardin of Tours. So, that's just kind of a lot, let's be honest. And so my interpretation is that this is supposed to be kind of behaviorally, they're acting like Fae. The kind of spirits that are supposed to exist out in the wild and on the borders of civilization that sometimes interact with humans. Whether you want to think of these as like Manx redcaps, or the brownies of northern England, or any other collection of folkloric kind of fair folk, or, you know, even Icelandic Huldufolk, the hidden people, or the elves. Right? Any of these would be apt points of comparison. And yet this is presumably is saying, you know, this is what they are. Right? Things randomly vanish. You see a flit out of the corner of your eye, something green, and then out into the trees it's gone. And therefore, clearly, you know, the explanation of smart, intelligent people who observe the world correctly is that they're just kids, right? They're just kids who are in desperate situations and are stealing to survive. Now, why Eivor doesn't just adopt them? I don't know, because you're right, we do just attract literally everyone who just kind of bums around England will eventually end up in Ravensthorpe. But it concerns me, and it kind of says something about, you know, how the game developers try to mix folklore into the history of this game. Now, Odyssey just kind of let the monsters exist, be a real part of the world.
Thanks for playing with us, Large Walker.
So,
Nice to have some cake, sister.
I don't know. It's weird. And I'm still not sure, like, while Mardin of Tours is famously generous to the poor, kind of, one of the most famous stories about him is when he encounters a beggar on the road, and then decides to just give away. That is going the complete wrong direction, but, you know, that's okay. We'll see if this is another nonsense fight, isn't it? Pretty sure this is the next nonsense fight. Well, let's find out. Yes. We're just gonna activate the spot so I don't have to run around and think about it.
I sense a twisted satyr on the air.
But, don't walk into the circle of nonsense. Oh, I am not here for the, what they do to the Aoshi. I don't know what they're gonna do, but, given what we're gonna see when we get to the end of the game, in, like, you know, the Gloucestershire arc, I don't necessarily have high hopes. Given that for some reason, Zavin is a thing, as is the Mara
There's
Luiv.
not to draw attention here.
Ah, damn it. Ow. I am on fire. I am still on fire. Ow. My dude? He just burned himself to a crisp for no discernible reason. No, literally no discernible reason to do that, but that's fine. By the way, hang on a minute. My guy, just why? Are we done? Are we done yet? But like, presumably these guys are like Christian or something, right? Because there isn't a they're either Norse pre-Christian or they're Christian. There aren't other options available. Oh hey look, we got nickel. Oh hey look. Everyone say hi to our next upgrade tier. So we have upgraded from using ingots of carbon, because that totally makes sense. Oh hey look. Probably, you know, get off. There we go again. Come on, throw something at me. Throw something at me. Easy. Unbelievably easy. We are procrastinating doing the East Anglia arc. Position. We are on our way to Elmenham to meet with Oswald of East Anglia, the supposedly about to be made king, and his arranged marriage to Valdis, and meet her family.
A healthy-seeming town. This Oswald has done well for himself.
Indeed. It's nice and small, and, you know, actually this is probably one of the best towns in the game.
Have a look, Sunan.
I wouldn't necessarily expect that we'd have a stone church here, but for literally all of the rest of it, this is probably one of the best looking towns, point by point, in the game. Right, because we just get a nice bird's eye view up here. Nice collection of houses, some fields out there. The only thing I don't super like is that they have walled out all of the field space, right? Well, this is technically all common. This isn't actually, like, utilized space here. Instead, all the crops are grown out here, and we don't even see livestock outside of walled-off areas, most of the time. Which is not how early medieval farming works, like, they don't really... While they do have some dedicated fields, there's also shared common space that was utilized for both crops and livestock throughout the Middle Ages. So instead, like, I don't know, they've decided like the English countryside is known for these low stone walls that still exist to the day. Today, sorry. But that's by and large, you know, post-medieval, looking at actually 18th century walls. So, don't know. It is just a little bit of a thing of note. Not a big deal by any metric, but is a thing what exists. What, were you spooked by me existing? Like, what was up with that guy being spooked by me walking up faster than a slow jog? Anyway, we're gonna show off Blinding Rush, because screw tattoos so much. Actually, this isn't really a good pick for it, is it? Actually, no, I can do it here. Seriously? Seriously? Seriously, Eivor? You're gonna be like that. Just whiffed the thing for no discernible reason. Just to truly screw me over. Please run. And also, no. Shit. I'm not gonna make that. I'm just gonna reset up top. And in the meantime, we're gonna blow a hole in the ground over there. Why are we stealthing, Eivor? For some reason, Eivor doesn't seem to understand what the heck is going on. Just kinda in general. But what else is new? Eivor is actually the worst. Eivor is actually atrocious at anything resembling free running or sensible movement. Like, I know they make it seem like, you know, everyone in this world, you know, since we're not an assassin, we're not trained, but we are just a god-tier climber who's able to climb literally any surface. Then we just kind of whiff randomly. And then the game crashes. And then the game crashes. Well then. Surprise. How's everyone doing with, you know, our happy dandy game crashes? So, I'm going to reboot the game, but we're going to take our 60-second ad break a little bit early today. If you don't want to see ads, I want to see the thing. And also help us get to this lovely emote, or one of several others, do consider subscribing to the channel. It does help a lot, and if you have Twitch Prime, it costs you a grand total of nothing. But yeah, otherwise, 60-second ad break, and we will be right back with less terrible news. And hopefully no more game crashes. Well then, that was exciting. I am very much hoping we have an autosave soon. It should have autosaved, like, kind of the moment we got that treasure, because the game autosaves all the time. So we shouldn't really lose any progress here. But that was a deeply unexpected crash, because we weren't even doing anything. Woo! Can I keep at least one piece of lefse though? I like lefse. I don't have any right now. I ate it all. I had some. And then I stopped having some. Because that's how food works, I think. I'm not totally an expert, but... You know, Leander... Oh, I do have those though. I do have lingonberries. Hey look, it saved right here, like it was supposed to. Leander, I'm gonna blame you because it's totally the flail's fault. I don't know how it's possibly the flail's fault, but it's the flail's fault. The historical inaccuracies got to... Oh. Okay, so let's do the take two on the whole blinding rush thing. There. Nailed it. That was how that was supposed to work. Raptorus, what are we changing it to? We're getting rid of the flail thing. God. We can have any of these. All of these options. Spear and shield. What is this, like, sane and sensible? Or sane and sensible loadout that's historically attested? Sounds impossible. Sounds like fake. It is still nighttime, so hopefully we can actually do plot if we run very quickly. Eivor, that was not quickly. That was tripping over something very small. Oh look, people are yawning. Perfect time for a... Hey look! It's our clever names. Let's go.
Lords, ladies, this is a day of peace and fraternity. I asked you here to Elmenham to offer my thanks and extend my generosity.
Finnr, that is an entire cow's leg.
To our guests of honor, Brothir and Broder. And to my lovely bride to be.
So, by the way, their names
Valdis.
are in Iceland.
You get to plow our sister because Halfdan commands it. But you won't drag us into bed with you, you hear?
Broder,
the last Saxon king we backed wasn't half as mushy as you, and we lost
their names are creatively Brother and
If
also
you're going to be
Brother.
rude, then I must ask you to
Brodir
leave.
is Icelandic.
This is my home.
Broder
I won't be
is
insulted here.
modern continental Scandinavian.
Is that why you've come? To back this Thane who smells of goat shit and sheep pebbles?
I'm sorry, did you say something?
Do I bore you, wolf-kissed?
Yes. Yes, you
I'm
do.
here to protect my clan. If that means
Yes, they
helping
named
your
them Bro
king,
and Bro. Their
Very strong,
defining
also.
character traits are being brothers.
It's made of less wood than, this one.
We'd all be safer if you had the stones to stand up to Rued's clan. But between the pair of you, I can't see a single nugget.
You watch your tongue, wolf-kissed, or you'll find it freed of your face.
So easily wounded by words.
Uh-huh.
Imagine the ruin my axe would inflict on your flaccid ego.
My flaccid what?
Please stop this.
You heard me.
Eivor.
That's it.
Meanwhile, Valdis is literally the entire, like, there are brain cells in this family, and they are all literally all owned by Valdis. Nope, that was bad. Wow, didn't he? Ow.
Ridiculous.
No crap. Unfortunate. Come on, brother. Brother, please. Am I not allowed to do the thing? Fine. There we go. Knocked one down. Finnr, I know you've got depression, but you don't need to mention it literally every sentence. Oh, crap.
This is not how we settle disputes in East Anglia.
Yeah, but this is how we just settle disputes in, here.
Stop! All of you! That's enough fun for tonight.
If that's
Again,
all you've
there are
got,
brain cells in
no
this
wonder
family.
East Anglia's in the
Valdis has
state
all
it
of
is.
them.
You are weak, sheep herder. Your Norse friend here can't change that. We are better off without a king.
Now, Oswald behaved actually
Well,
quite
that's me
properly.
done.
I think I prefer dream nonsense to these alehouse brawls.
What a waste of time and good mead. These brothers will never
So,
back me in my claim.
right, he provided a
This
good
dance is
gift,
just
a gift of a
giving us
sword,
what?
and a
Get
more
some
personal
rest.
gift
You'll need your energy.
as a kind
And
of,
will I see you in the morning? We
I
have
guess,
much to discuss,
pledging
I think.
of trust
Find
or
a place
troth.
to lay my head.
And Eivor, if you can help me right this situation,
and he provided lots of good food.
I promise.
So he generally behaved quite properly, as a good host at a feast. But feasts are a great place for drama to happen, and so this is actually a really good kind of saga narrative moment, where this should turn into a feud between Eivor and Brother, but it doesn't actually that doesn't actually turn out to be the case. They become allies, not enemies. But, you know, someone getting drunk, and then that specific kind of insult, being very, you know, sexually oriented, happens in a lot of sagas. It is in no way, shape, or form a surprise that happens, and then, you know, a fight breaks out and someone gets driven out of the hall. Usually, it is the person who kind of instigates the fight, which was not the case this time because we have big protagonist energy. But, you know, it's a very Norse literary event, so no problem. Exactly. Acts like a decent king whose job is not to cause the fights, but to act as a kind of mediator, gets called a coward. It's like they haven't read their own literature or something. Stun and stealth. We have the bear and then perfect attacks. Well, we are rapidly getting in might here. We are actually, you know, strong enough to do all of the stuff. Anyway, now here's the part where Oswald is maybe not acting so much like a king and a little bit more like he would as, you know, a thing.
Good morning. Up bright and early.
You can labor like a
Eivor
troll,
did,
but you're no good
legally
with
speaking.
feasts. Not a good start for a king.
No, indeed. I find a solitary comfort in my menial labors.
Essentially what Eivor
King should
did
admit to, I
was
suppose.
a soft form of an accusation of neathing, or cowardice, or unmanliness, via these kind of sexually charged
The brothers
insults.
shamed you at dinner.
And that
It's your duty
is...
to answer their insults. Don't let the matter lay unresolved.
Yeah. Then that got responded to with physical violence, which is fine,
Oh, it
though
was
not
petty
a
row
legal
with the
duel.
henhouse wolves. I'd sooner answer
And
the move
then-
a cow than worry about their insults.
They did an act of kind of neathing over towards
I have a wedding
Oswald,
to plan and a
though.
kingdom to save.
Not
I
really
haven't
neathing,
time to
actually.
suffer
That's
fools.
specifically
They
unmanliness,
betrayed
but
your hospitality, Oswald. Where I'm from,
definitely.
that's a grave insult.
You don't insult the host.
Well, well. Here's the mud-soaked Saxon who's been taxing my
Hey,
patience.
he's actually quite well dressed.
Steward
Look, he's
Finnr.
got like a brocaded
I know I
tunic.
failed to impress at dinner yesterday eve, but fear not. The Danes will come around in time.
You stake claim to the throne, you dazed dog with no bone. If Lord Halfdown were here, he'd squeeze
Eivor knows what's going on.
Yelling, Finnr, my drenger, stick this cur in the ground.
All mewling and spitting, here's Finnr, the hound. He is back, but no bite, just a puppy
Hey, look,
I've found.
an actual like situation in which we might have a Senna that's remotely plausible instead of just a bet.
That's flighting, Oswald. Using rhythm and rhyme to lay a man flat. Try it. Match his verse.
There's no man you can lead, you dunce of the
A
first.
nice kenning, by the way. A dunce of the Firts.
A glutton you are. Just stop eating your words.
Not bad, not bad.
He's an ugly puss, so when he brags, hit him back with something about his looks.
I hail from the north, where the winters are seasoned.
But you're foul. You're a blister. You're a...
Plague-ridden lesion.
Oh, yes, that's very good. Plague-ridden lesion.
He's
Gasp.
got the wit of a boy, so when
You
he
know,
insults you,
Time
make
Travel
him feel
Panda,
stupid.
When I'm done with you,
I have mixed
cur,
feelings about the comparison to a
you'll be
rap
brave
battle.
and flock
There are definitely some
Your
strong
brain's
similarities.
soaked in mead and your...
Heads made of wood.
Wood! Heads made of wood!
Under all that tough
So-
posturing is a sniveling boy, so dig deep.
the way in which the comparison to a rap battle works is kind of twofold. The first is that, you know, in a Senna or a Norse version of fighting, it goes stanza by stanza, much like a rap battle goes kind of verse by verse, not line by line like they do in this game, but also it's
this one's wrong for the throne. He's too soft and
very much the case that it is social posturing, like a rap battle.
Hit him back and make it personal. Attack his mother.
Where it is kind of determining a social pecking order. That is the main goal of a Senna. But this is also designed to promote social unity. It's not so much often a test, but it is.
Sword clash and blood flow, we destroy our enemies with well-timed words.
You have a talent for verse.
Kind of, I guess, yeah.
With that silver tongue hold up against
often used as a tool of unity. Through you use insults as a way to get violence out without it coming to blows. The exception to this is what they just mentioned on the battlefield, where there's kind of 3 stages that get described in both Old English and Old Norse poems. The first is the exchange of words, which is simultaneously negotiation and exchange of insults. Then, the next step is...
Too late. The challenge has been made.
The next step is an exchange of ranged weapons, specifically kind of the throwing of spears.
That's it.
Then the third one is the actual exchange of melee strikes, where the shield walls advance. This pattern of tactics is attested in like the Battle of Malden, the fight at Finnsburg Fragment, Battle of Brunanburg, and also in Villesbau for the Aesir Vanir War. So
I have to be. Just give me a moment to mentally prepare.
Do not make us wait long. It would not be kingly.
Here we go. In the meantime, you know, in our plot.
Are you ready for the home gun?
I hope so. I just need to prepare. I'll meet you at the islet.
The plot that goes on is we just challenged Oswald, or Oswald challenged Finnr, I suppose, to a duel to the death. And Eivor was like, you know, I'm going to fight you instead.
Hello and
so this is going to go poorly.
Happy to take this on. All done.
I'm off.
A Holmgangur is a legal duel, so it is something well attested in Graugaus, our Icelandic law codes, in the Gulatingslög, our oldest Norwegian law code, in the Gutala, our Swedish law code, or Gutnish law code, I should say. And is generally just really well attested, wherein there would be a circle, either a kind of hide laid out, or, barring that, a circle drawn on an island, usually in the middle of a river, as kind of a boundary space anyway. This, then, the rules would basically be that if you stepped outside of the circle, or off of the hide, carpet, whatever, that is a loss, that is forfeiture, and gets marked as Nivik, cowardice. If, however, you were pushed off of it, that's a different story. That's fine. You're allowed to be pushed off it, you just can't fall off it. Or voluntarily leave it. It usually actually goes not to death, but to first blood, though cases of it going to death are absolutely recorded. Seals! Hello, seals. Hello. Goodbye. Seals are good food, right? We can't just be abandoning them, letting them run away when they're being so easy. We need that food. We don't actually need that food. I was just being mean to them. I cannot pet the seal. I guess I pet it via with a pointy stick.
I have come upon these ancient timbers. worked hard for preservation to mark my sacred symbol.
I may have just killed him,
the
Battler.
source of
Yes.
power. As I pray, the Lord sends through me the voice of a Holy Spirit. It reverberates
It is a
with the
Triskela,
harmony of
yes.
ancient language, and I am made anew. Were these timbers carried by the Nephilim? Barriers against invasions from afar? Please, Lord, let this truth shineth upon me as bright as your words do.
Wonder how far away we can actually get before. Right, that must be too far away, right? Yeah, that is too far. So what are our other angles that we can look at? We can do this one. Sort of, maybe? Does that register? That does not register. That doesn't have the bottom part. What if we look over here? It also seems to be missing the bottom part, even though the rest of it can be made to line up. And what about if we go over here? We still, once again, don't see anything. So I actually don't know if this is a legitimate site. Oh, hello. It's an opal. Right, I don't actually know if there is kind of a henge in East Anglia made out of some kind of petrified wood. I don't know that there isn't, but I also don't know that there is. I didn't actually get around to looking that up this morning. Anyway, where is our most suspicious... Right, there's usually some obviously suspicious place where we can look from. I'm just not seeing it on this one. It still feels like it's the one that makes the most sense. Yeah, there it is. Good enough. You know, it's only missing several pieces to it.
Energies lying here unseen.
Okay, this is actually a real place, yeah. So, it's in Norfolk. Needless to say, this is a drastically simplified version of it. But the general layout of the site is correct. Being a ring of outer stones with an upturned tree root at the center. All made of... Oh. That makes sense. They designed the game with high graphics settings in mind. Sadly, you know, streaming performance. We get plenty of lag as it is without having good reflections. But yeah, so this is another actual, like, Neolithic or early Bronze Age site.
Go easy on a future king. He's the only man left who can claim the crown.
Kings are made, not
But
born,
once again,
so let us see what we
our
can make of
Irish
Oswald.
traveler, you know, Brendan of Clonfert, decided to come out here and attribute that to the Nephilim. And therefore, it's secretly actually an Isu site because God forbid prehistoric peoples exist and do good stuff. God forbid this game allow Neolithic and Bronze Age peoples to, you know, have culture and build things.
Strength and courage are always a boon, Oswald. You'll need both if you want the Danes to accept you as a king.
True strength comes from resolve, Eivor. It speaks to us, a stern voice from within.
Reasonable.
I have never heard of talking guts, but a swift axe would silence that inner voice in seconds. You must be prepared.
Uh-oh.
Wait, you're unarmed?
And you should thank your god that I am.
We're gonna punch Oswald while he's got a sword. Remember?
We'll fought your king out of you yet.
Use your shield.
Don't hold back.
Good, he uses his shield. But we have a hidden blade, and we're just gonna...
I'm still here.
Yoink.
I'll battle you.
Yeah.
expect the Danes to follow
We just
this
punched him.
poor
I think
belly?
he's bleeding. I think we broke his.
Show me what you can do, Saxon.
I think we broke his. Hey, stand up. Yeah, we like broke his face. This feels like not a very smart idea.
You'll never be king at this rate.
Like, why are we beating him to a bloody pulp?
Yes, and I'll prove it.
Come on, fight.
Come on, you can do better than that, Oswald. I really don't want to, like, injure you anymore because you're already plenty bloody. Well, yeah, we broke his jaw again. We have now broken his nose, broken his shoulder, and broken his jaw.
Eivor is the victor. But you've shown us something, Oswald.
Stay down, Oswald. That's enough.
Oh good, all the blood went away. Never mind.
I will not stay down.
You fought bravely. Not with great skill, but with spirit
yeah,
and courage.
so... A
Always
Thane
push back
in the
with
9th
everything you
century
have, even if you have to get
is
dirty, even
a
if you
member
must
of the
break
warrior
rules.
elite of early
Because
England.
there are no rules. Not if you answer a challenge head
Right.
on. That's where honor lies.
There is not such a grand difference between the early English and the Norse.
But living through it. A seaside brawl won't change the brothers' minds. Oswald
So-
must show results.
The idea that there is a Thane who has a responsibility to both
The raiders who
kind of
attacked Beatley have a camp down the coast. The sooner
have
you remove
his vassals
That could go a long way to building you up.
in both the elite Fyrd and then the kind of great Fyrd that emerges in this period to try and get more people actually
Time to
out
wet your blade,
on the
Oswald.
people. These are all semi-professional soldiers, by the way. These aren't peasant. The Fyrd is not a peasant levy, unlike what the
Eivor,
game actually
I
says.
expect your longship crew could help with this attack.
I'm sure Doug will be just thrilled about this idea. Everyone say hi to our cat. And by the way, what he just said is just good to see you. If you were wondering. Goda Xiaothing.
No one has been willing to take a stand against Rued's clan before. We're a kingdom of farmers and merchants.
No,
Even
no,
farmers and merchants
No.
can fight when led by the right person.
I
no.
hope your faith in pig farmers is not misplaced, Eivor.
They aren't. The Fyrd is not peasant levies. These are semi-professional soldiers building up into the warrior elite of early English society, of which Oswald is a member. The idea that he wouldn't know how to fight with any skill at all is ludicrous. Like, straight up insane. And yes, we only raid monasteries and military camps. These guys raid everyone else, and therefore they're the bad ones. Oh, and, Torch. What? Why am I on fire? How am I on fire? What? Why did that light me on fire? What? There are no flames here. Oofed.
If I see any, I will let you know.
Oh well. Ow. Well, that was unnecessarily a lot. Like, seriously, once you've driven an axe through someone's face, they're already dead. You don't need to stomp on them. You really just don't. It's not strictly speaking necessary. Oh. Well, would you look at that?
Put up a fight!
Unbelievably easy. Well then, look at all this extremely exciting fight. Who did a dumb thing? Someone did a dumb thing. Why are you? Who are you? What? Why was I able to revive a? Why did I revive a monk? Huh? Huh? There. That is my answer to patience. Just, you know, stab them in the back with your spear. Okay. Oh, there are keys around. Fine, I'll have to like spend effort to get gear. I don't just get it as a reward for doing the thing. Okay.
Someone help me! Please!
There. I helped them. Now they're going to panic and run around as if we are about to murder them all. Because that makes perfect sense. Right? Doug, you did nothing.
That'll do nicely.
Find something?
There's a crate of hack silver here. More than enough to make everyone happy.
Why is there a zealot nearby? What? Oops. Zealots? You're not welcome here.
First of many, Oswald. Have you the will to keep it up?
Okay. Oh, by the way, another note on the kind of historical fashion sense. For both the Norse and the early English, beards are super stylish. Like, they're doing something, basically distinguishing the English by using kind of modern English vaguely modern English hairstyles, and saying, oh, they're Christian, they're clean-shaven, they're polite, right, orderly. As opposed to kind of the raggedy beards of Norse culture. Well-trimmed and luxurious for both of them.
I'll meet you there.
Okay. So now we are going to go an extremely long distance to get over to Northwich. Well, there's another thing right there. That's a Roman artifact I don't care about. I don't remember what some of these ones are. We'll clean them up later. I think basically we're going to, probably after we do Asgard, we're going to have a stream that's just kind of cleanup of some of the random stuff, if there's anything interesting. So. We have to go back to Elmenham, someone else. Anyway, so we'll kind of go around there. True, true. We do not have beards as luxurious as godly beards. Though even the gods in this game have insufficiently luxurious beards. I'll be honest, they're pretty meh. They're not terrible, but they're meh. But like Thor's beard is only meh.
And a trophy from our slain enemy. What more do you want?
Who said we wanted anything, Saxon?
Boy, Oswald, you may have set the bar a little bit too high.
Dane would ever follow this lump of lord into battle. I don't care how many shields.
Valdis looks unhappy.
You mean to say you refuse my gifts, brother?
I don't have time for this.
It's a generous offering, brother. You'd be a fool to turn your back.
Indeed. No, that's Valdis. That's your brother's name. That's your other brother's name.
Stay out of this, wolf kiss.
This one's brother, not brother.
Bigger problems.
Uh-huh. He is, indeed.
Aye. Sniffing around the outer walls, looking for an easy way to slip a few dozen men inside.
If there's one scout, there will be more. Something you might have learned if you kept him alive.
I was passing water when he surprised me. It was either him or my plow sword.
Oy vey.
Where did you find this one?
Just outside the Northwich walls, by the water's edge.
They'll be looking for points of entry to sneak a herd of raiders through.
Jesus. Find another scout. We'll question him.
I'll look around. The rest of you stay here and out of sight. If I find anyone suspicious...
How about the guy
I'll
walking
bring them
behind
in.
us who just like forgot what his shirt is? Is he suspicious? Right.
Druid scouts will be camped near their boats.
Right, that guy right there. He's suspicious, right?
Them will talk.
Right.
We spotted this one on a boat. If there are others, they might be by the river. Look for anyone suspicious outside the city walls.
Yeah, I got the memo. And Finnr. Seriously? Well, depression hours are real. Where are we looking for? On the river by the city. The complete opposite direction from where I'm running. Let's go. Oh, who is Valdis's voice actor? Oh, she's Danish. Okay, just kind of generic. Actually, Eivor's voice actors are both Danish too. Hey G, what do you think the odds are?
There. Looks like one of Ruth's men.
Just...
Wait. What are you doing? I'm just a pig farmer.
We stabbed him in the neck.
Stay down, muckworm. I have some friends who would like to speak with you.
We stabbed him.
Down. I tell you, I'm a cow farmer. Let me go, Dane.
You said you were a pig farmer just moments ago.
Uh-huh.
It's not beyond reason. I tend to many livestock.
Uh-huh.
You are as Dane as I am. Save
Yep.
your breath, liar.
Wait. Eivor, that means not at all, right? Because you're Norse. You've complained about how not all the Danes are Danes, and they're instead Norse. So therefore, you're not Dane, and therefore he isn't Dane, and you should let him go. Logic. You know, the haircut is potentially anachronistic, but from the Vendel period, when we have bog bodies from Denmark, we do see partially shaved heads, so...
Speak now, and you may live to see tomorrow.
Arger swine.
That won't make you any friends here. A scolding like that is a mortal offense, boy.
It is, sort of.
Don't give him time to act
The
again.
simplistic version is that an accusation of Arger, or Erki, or Niv, is punishable by, or can be responded to with homicide and be okay. The reality is more complicated by this.
I could do that all day, you drooling bloodbladder. Only give me a reason.
Lick my tonguehole.
Here is the tongue I use for licking. How does it feel against your ass?
When the braziers lit at Dunwich, Ruid and his men will rally.
We just did a torture. We are the good guys.
Weakest wall. You English Danes are soft as butter now.
Right.
Sends his blessing, lady. He'll see you again very soon.
So, do we keep him alive? Math. They do refer to themselves simultaneously as kind of Norwegian, and Danish, but Danish specifically in linguistic sense. So it is, Graugaus from the early 12th century, but, probably kind of retains relics of the pre-Christian laws. Uses, Danska tunga for the kind of Old Norse. But by the 13th century, Gizur Thorvaldsson asks if they want him to take an oath of exile in Icelandic or in Norwegian. So certainly there's some kind of change showing up then. Oh, we're doing murder hoboing.
That's enough to go on. Time to die.
That wasn't necessary.
He insulted you before everyone gathered here. You should have struck him down yourself.
I will not have blood spilt needlessly in my kingdom. This has to end.
Alive, this man was a risk.
We did not help Oswald.
This man spoke as if he knew you.
Whoops. They're looking
Rued
extreme.
was my husband.
Yeah.
Your husband? You're married already?
I was. We've been apart for 5 summers.
Yeah.
I never expected to see him
Whoops.
here, and I never wanted to.
Whoops.
East Anglia's prosperity depends on our safety and unity. With Rued's clan stomping around, neither is possible. I must speak with him myself, man to man. There's no place for him in East Anglia. He must hear it from me.
Right. I'll start looking for a new king tomorrow. Was good to know you, Lord.
Let's see.
Rued will eat your lungs for supper, Oswald. Steer clear of him.
Uh-huh. It sounds like they almost are
Trying
starting to
be a
care for
worthy
him.
King, I must meet the man who bedevils us. I'll light the brazier at Dunwich and face him when he comes.
You sure you want to do this? Meeting Rued in the open comes with many risks.
This is not the best idea he has ever had. I will say.
We cannot waver.
Right, this is...
Oswald. We make for Dunwich.
Hang on, no,
And
stop
of
moving,
course, I
stop
will see
moving,
the lot
Valdis.
of you
I
there
want to
as
see your
well.
tattoo.
Else the songs of your cowardice will ring out over the generations. I'm sure you're heading to
Valdis,
Dunwich any
where
moment.
did you go? Valdis, did you despawn?
We'll be there, Eivor.
You don't
There's
speak
Finnr.
for us, steward.
Need I remind you, Wags, what Halfdan will do with us if East Anglia falls into...
Damn it, Valdis despawned. Frustrating. I'll have to go up to the hall, I guess, to see if she wandered over that way. Her...
East Anglia falls into Rued's hands.
Oy vey. By the way, they make a really big deal of Halfdanr, which is, you know, fair. He is the king of Northumbria, and kind of the most powerful anyone around. Wait, what? Why are you back? You're the stableman. You don't matter. Okay, well, let's just get over to our next place. Luckily, you know, we've got some things to do over here. Actually, you know what? We're actually going to ride there manually. We're not going to warp. Because there's a thing on the way. Unfortunately, there is a thing on the way. I know, right? This narrative has such drama when we know the outcome. It's not like this is based on you not knowing what's going to happen. Of course, like, I'm not actually bothered by, you know, the fact that they spoiled this entire main quest line in the trailers and demos. Because in saga literature, they tell you what's going to happen repeatedly, several times before it happens. That's just like part of the vibe. And so while it's definitely super weird from a modern perspective, it's not one that actually bothers me from a historical one, and, you know, is kind of accidentally doing a saga thing in marketing the game. I guess that's the way I phrase it. They super accidentally did a saga thing. What? Ow. That wasn't necessary. This isn't necessary. Huh. So yeah, this place is fine. This place is fine. There's nothing spooky or pagan or nonsense going on here. It's just all fine. But this isn't several stacks of skulls with fairly fresh blood on it. Nope. Not even... Okay, no, these are just pots. These are just broken pots. The blood is a coincidence. It's actually... These were actually just pots of ketchup. No sacrifices happened in this church. None at all. Nope. Mm-mm. Ignore all of the skulls. Call it... What? And thank you, Time Travel Panda, for the follow, but, I'm curious how you're making ketchup out of potatoes. You're also correct that tomatoes are a New World plant, but I'm curious how you're making ketchup out of potatoes. This must be a new recipe, which I would like you to share. Fatal Letter. Alderman Larian. Glory awaits. The alliance we have forged is sealed by our mutual affection for the ancients and the power they bequeath. Have no doubts the mercy and throne will be yours. Soon the great line of the Wolfing us will be restored to power they have not seen in generations. Give thanks to the ancient ones for what is to come. Summon all the spirits that give us strength, ready the feared, and await the signal. And do give my fond wishes to your beloved daughter Cordelia. Alla Rex of Northumbria. So, in other words, names of note here. Larian, that famously, 8th century BC, also fictional, king of all of England, according to Geoffrey of Monmouth, who founded the city of Leicester, not East Anglia, is actually worshipping the Isu. And not only is he doing that, Allah, the king that Ivar killed via torture, as he will remind us incessantly in the next time we see him, also worshipped the Isu. And therefore it's totally fine that he was sacrificed in a terribly painful, brutal way. 'Cause he was actually evil. Oh, hey. Good to see you, man. Alderman Larian, rumors abound of your wish to take action against Burkred of Mercia. Answer now and put a swift end to these whisperings or suffer the wrath of Edmund. You have until the next new moon to visit Northwich and renew your vows of fealty to the king, or we'll strip you of your titles and take your villa. Bishop Romulf, advisor to King Edmund. So, in this game, Larian is a devil-worshipping, and you know, I'm not even going to call it easy worshipping, it's just straight up devil worshipping. We'll see. You'll see why I say that in a moment. And, he was planning insurrection against Burkred, with the aid of Offa, Burkred's significant predecessor, who's dead at this point, and, King Alla, before he dies at the hands of Ivar. Edmund puts a stop to this and executes, Larian, and then Ivar executes him. But, this is why I say it's devil worshipping. This is presumably a Roman statue, like all of the other Roman statues, with grafted on ginormous, literally gargantuan antlers here. Like, that is one heck of a deer. And then a huge, like, Manx sheep skull. Like, it's like a Manx sheep and a Scottish red deer. And the combined image should be reminiscent from this angle right here of Baphomet. Right? If it's not being kind of reminiscent of Baphomet, we've got an issue. Anyway, Alderman Larian got executed and his daughters disappear. And he was not a man of Christ, but was all of this. So, right, of his forebearers suggests, you know, the Saxon, the Germanic gods, Wotan and Finnr and Tyr, among others. Which we know from Gonril is a real thing, but at the same time, you know, it's also Isu worship and therefore also devil worship, and uses the imagery of devil worship. Huh. Anyway, Leofwina is in this, but he's actually a good person. Swear upon a holy root and deny the rumors that you dabble in blood magic, and they will go to war against Mercia. Huzzah! Happy fun times. Also, yeah. Whomst is, and why does he have literally all of the skull, all of the antlers carved in it? Anyway, sadly, he refused, and so there we go again. All of this. Huzzah. Huzzah. Isn't it fun? And then also there's these weird gashes in them.
The dagger I won from the woman in the swamp. It must go here.
Notice it has teeth. Like, that's some kind of jawbone of a something. That is a single piece of jawbone with teeth on it, and then stretched out to an obscene length, somehow. I don't know what bone that's made out of, but it's, you know, it's weird. Who knows? Looks like it's supposed to be horse, and ends up looking more just wrong. Just in general, wrong. If we defeat all of the Daughters of Larian, we unlock the end of this event. And get a piece of loot. One singular piece of loot. Oh, not there. We're instead going to go through the crack in the ground and get out of this place. So yeah, this is a thing. Now, remember, monastic contexts produced Beowulf, or I should say our recorded manuscripts of Beowulf, and okay, we've got to get around there, so those are all in the other place, so nothing more there. We have to go to Kingsbury elsewhere, so I guess it's just gonna keep. I guess we'll warp over here, actually. That's faster. And gets us more things on the way. Anyway, so yeah. The other thing this game does, which is super yikes about these kind of other religions, right? So, you know, Odin, Thor, Tyr are Isu. But they do the good kind of Isu. Remember, right? Norse paganism is the good kind of Isu worship. No big deal. Nothing scary, nothing spooky about it. But, early English paganism, that's the bad kind of spooky paganism. And they also don't really distinguish, between, like, what's supposed to be, like, Brittonic, like, even just pre-Saxon religions, and what is supposed to be... Oh, right. What is supposed to be... Saxon pre-Christian religions, Right? Those are all just... Both of those are spooky paganism, despite having very little to do with each other. It's just all, like, Irish, generically Celtic, Pictish, everything else, Saxon things. They might have different names, but they're all fundamentally the same kind, use the same imagery and the same amount of spooky paganism. And that's not problematic at all.
I found another anomaly.
Is that what we're calling them?
And another data packet. Should I get it?
If it's anything like the last one, absolutely.
Anyway, you know, having now complained about the existence of Metaplot and how it screws over how they're thinking about religion, what do you say we do some Metaplot? Should be able to make that jump, no problem. Here we go. There, we are truly just arbitrarily... I should actually run up here and cross. We have to get all the way up to this spot, way up on like the top edge of the, like literally everything. It's just random platforming. So I guess at this point, you know, chat, no lurkers here. Anyone have questions, comments, thoughts? Or just want to hang out and make fun of the blue blocks. Blue blocks of doom. Whee! Oh. Apparently that was not enough. Here we go again. Valid. You are correct. They absolutely must be. I also seem to have no, anything else. So if we do that... Is that enough? Yeah, because there's a different one up there. Okay. Let me cross. But we can just kind of make that jump. Oh god, no. No. Well, at least we didn't actually get punished too hard for that. We only got punished a little bit for my inability to move the joystick in a straight line. Wee. You baited me. How very rude of you. I thought I had enough time to cross that. But no, I suppose I need to sit and wait and stop and, you know. Right, okay, I could have freaking made it this time. Probably. Run. Ta-da! We have the power. No. Titanium is later in this game. We don't have any titanium yet, Cuchulainn. It's the improved upgrade material. Because, you know, apparently fabric and titanium. Why can't I jump to that? Hello? Thank you. Oh no.
This is dangerous. It may not work until we have the serum. And this is all we can manage. you will ask the mad one. Ask him for the serum. Beg him for it.
He would not listen, and I would sooner see our world obliterated before I gave that man a view on my knees.
Oh, look at that meta plot. Significantly voice altered, but
Hey,
still not that hard to identify.
Not sure what you mean. It's all quiet on our end.
Damn it. Well, I'm at the second packet. You ready?
I'm ready.
I got it. Be ready.
And we see a something. A glimpse of a something. Okay, well, that was exciting. Once again, at this point I think most people know, but it's actually the one nice piece of foreshadowing they do is kind of the debate, or the absolute trickery they do with the identity of the Mad One, though it is still not hard to figure out, at all. It is somewhat easier to figure out if you know, your Gribnesmal and your Poetic Edda. Because, right, they want you to think mad as in crazy people. That is not what mad means in this context. And when they're making it sound like it's mad as in crazy people, it's a nice bit of trickery. You know, Hosek, the reason why is that the Animus has some weird anomaly things that let us do metaplot. Right, the metaplot needs something to drive itself, and so it exists, and it just kind of vibes.
We'll die without blood meat.
Oh, we're not gonna do this one. This one doesn't actually tell us anything. Basically, stabs herself. CRS stabs herself to either make the harvest go better or to heal a sick person, and for some reason can't do the ritual twice. Just literally impossible to ever make a decision.
Rued's men tore through it.
Oh good, Valdis is here, right? Valdis is here. So, that is what? F, A. Right, that's another A? Yeah. Oh, these are the long branch, okay. Or, no, sorry, short branch runes, not long branch. That makes sense, ish? Maybe? Actually, maybe not, right, because these are clearly short branch. Actually, no, they aren't. It's just one letter of them is short branch, right? That third letter there is the short branch variety of the letter L instead of the long branch Danish variety, but the rest of it is long branch, so... Anyway, F-A-L-H-U... and then another L. Oh. Oh. So there is no letter V in runes. There isn't a letter V in Younger Futhark. So her tattoo actually reads Valhalla, as in Valhalla. I see. Truly the most creative of tattooing ideas.
Dunwich.
Oh well, here we go again.
Light the brazier. I'll light it. You do the talking.
Brother Valdis and I will scout the dock. Make sure there are no surprises.
Oswald and I will hold here until the brazier is lit.
By the way, there's 6 of us. We're going against, significantly more than 6
The
people.
front gate is heavily guarded. You'll not be walking in. I'll find my own way.
We'll be watching you back.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. So, yeah, spoilers, I guess. So, cover your ears if you don't want spoilers. Mad in this context means angry.
Now to clear out Rued's men.
The angry one, Iker, is a name for Odin. Ain't that the truth of it? Everyone say hi to one of our very many castles in 9th century England. There are 2 in East Anglia, and we'll have some really nice pretty ones when we get over to like Shropshire. But we just, in the meantime, we just can't get a... yes, quite. So that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Really? This way doesn't go... Oh, there's... No? Ah, there's a ladder here. Truly, I paid attention and know my way around this map. Okay, we're inside. We did it. Aren't you proud of us? So, let's see. Meanwhile... Where are our enemies?
Aye, she had them flogged and laid bare in the square.
Am I? Am I though? Oof. You know, wouldn't your spear get stuck if you did that? I feel like that's a bad plan. Unless if you like laminated the edge of your thing. It seems like it's generally not the smartest idea. Oh, ha, I could have broken this thing and then he'd fall into his death. No. Who is screaming for help? I don't want to talk to you. But I get, oh, it's you. You don't want to be, shit. Really, I moved out of the way specifically so that wouldn't happen, and then here we are again. That's a lot of fire. We may have, like, burned someone to death. We might have burned someone to death. Anyway, someone got a nice view. I mean, you would probably survive that jump into the sea, right? Right, guy? Oh, right. Forgot the part where you're completely crazy. We do in fact get more castles in the Welsh borderlands, I think. I don't know that we actually get... I don't know what has the highest concentration of, I guess, upgrades or castles to square foot. But Wales has a pretty respectable number, so... none of the, or I should say, the Welsh marches have a pretty respectable number because there isn't actually, you know, any in... There, we can't actually enter Wales in this game for a reason. Damn it. Unlucky.
I'll gut your corpse.
Unlucky. Was that enough? Hey! Wait, what? You didn't aggro onto me? He... Oh, cool! I get the stealth... I get the sleep cloud whenever I headshot someone with the, axe. Does headshotting someone with an axe even make sense? Right, is that like a sensible term thing I could have said? Oh. Didn't detect me. Why didn't you detect me? Oof. That's a long way down, my guy. Won't lie, that is a long way. Yeah. Rough. Maybe don't, like... Why are you standing guard out there? Right? Like, why would someone be standing guard just facing out kind of randomly to the sea from the least comfortable spot you could have done that? How many more people are there? Right, I need to get only a few more. I don't know where they are. There's one over there. Right, there's one guy over here. Is there someone up here? Nay. Problem. What? That was the barrel. I stabbed the barrel. Wait, I was just up there. Well, I saw no one. They highlighted no one. What do you mean there's someone up there now? Okay. Fine. So be it. We just perfectly... I think we may almost perfect stealth this. Oh, you're sleeping. Well, that was not your best decision.
Hang on.
That's the last of them. Once
Okay.
the brazier is lit, the rest of Ruth's men should arrive.
That was not my fault. It's also not my fault that he seemed to not have collision. I'm gonna say it's not my fault that he didn't have collision there. So, now we get to meet Rued.
Odin gives me a bargain. A few dead men at my feet.
Everyone say hi to Rued.
Ripe East Anglia, and my wife returned. What a day!
What a lovely day.
You. I don't know you.
That's...
You don't need to know my name. You will not have a use for it beyond today.
This is... I chose an anachronistic option. Not identifying yourself is usually bad form. You're allowed to use a fake name. Right, fake names are kind of a whole set of things. You know, Gester is kind of our classic fake name. But at some point you gotta use your real name.
It will not fall to raiders.
Must I set sail for Denmark with nothing
Yes.
to show for the journey?
Yes,
After
yes.
coming all this way?
You must.
You'll have my weight in silver. And an abundance
This is
of
fair,
livestock
like,
and
you know,
grain.
a Dane Geld.
I've taken 10 times that already. What's the real prize?
No. The real prize is not having to fight.
For the future of your kingdom.
Ruin. The prize is not having to fight. This is a good way to end yourself with issues.
I accept. A fight to the death. East Anglia's the prize. Let it be heard.
Well,
the
this...
hazel is laid. The square is made.
When you see a chance, lead Valdis and the brothers to safety. They must not fight today. East Anglia needs them.
Let me be your champion.
No. He called on me.
Whenever you're ready, King of Sheepshead.
Uh-huh. Also, yeah, he has domesticated hounds. Or domesticated wolves, I should say. I am wearing the stupid smoky armor. You are allowed to change that or make things more stupid. Ow. Well, touched the edge of the hazel, but was by force, so it's not a problem.
Now the Saxon king has bent the knee.
Ow. He broke his jaw again.
Call me king before I got you. Fighting dirty, are you?
So, this was not the smartest thing.
Commands you to die!
Oswald!
Literally a broken jaw. Every tooth is broken.
Call me king!
No. Just bit off his lip. Oh no! Oh no!
Go! Now!
Ow.
I'm going, coward, aren't you?
Good enough. We just need to escape. Hello? Nick, will you freaking do anything, Eivor? This is an oddly muted section. Like, it's like the audio literally turned down for me, which is just weird. Hey, get out of the way. Get out of the way. See? Easy. Oh, I thought there was an arrow incoming. Lame. So sad. Very
up.
dead.
They've given up for now.
Let's put some distance between us. We can rest a moment.
By Thor, he fought well. Raging like a bonfire.
Well, no he didn't.
Back.
Did the game crash again? The game crashed again. Freaking. Okay. Well, well-programmed game, no flaws, definitely not having performance issues. Mid cutscene too. Well, while it's rebooting, once again, our friend Skeleton says hi. If you want that as an emote, if we get up to 25 subscribers, then we will unlock that permanently as an emote. So, if you're enjoying this, do consider subscribing to the channel, or following, or other such stuff. Meanwhile, I apologize for all the technical issues, and any, lag, other stuff, etc. Womp womp. Here we are again. We're gonna also blame I have an NVIDIA graphics card, not an AMD Ryzen one. Right? That's gotta be what it is. Or not. You know, like the sanity checks, the glitches and the crashes do far more to hurt my sanity than anything about the history in this game. Even the nonsense. Ah yes, a triumphant return. I have adopted... Yes, you are correct. It is... I definitely remember that that's Intel versus AMD, not Nvidia versus AMD. Oh well, let's try that again.
They've given up for now.
Let's try this again. Where were we? Oh yeah, Oswald's dead. Fell off a cliff several hundred feet. No way he survived. You go splat against the water. Right, physically impossible.
Between us, we can rest
Physically impossible.
By Thor, he fought well. Raging like a bonfire.
We should go back.
Also, yeah, by the way, this castle is in total shambles. Like, big, fancy stone castle, 100 feet tall.
Do not hold to hope. Few could survive such a fall.
Yeah, his fighting was actually tragic.
Not from that height.
Rued's men will press the advantage. We must be ready when they attack.
Absolutely tragic. Lots of stupid stuff. But he just, you know, somehow magically gets good at fighting.
He died a hero, there's no doubt. If his god won't take him, Odin's sword women will.
Hey, they actually called it Odin instead of Odin. I wish they were consistent about that, literally ever. Well, Valdis. Hey.
Elmenham will not recover. None of us will.
You know, y'all seem really torn up for a guy that you hated not that long ago. Just gonna throw that one out there. Hasn't been that long, and you all were like, he's useless and terrible and we hate his guts. And now all of a sudden you're sad. Yeah. I have nothing. It is just... totally, utterly, rushed. I think that's the way I'll describe it, right? It's not like the ideas here are bad, or that the idea of someone figuring out how to kind of take the best of both worlds of Norse pre-Christian and early English and make that into a strong functional kingdom. But it's rushed, right? The story just kind of happens. You need to fit it into a normal movie length. And so one fight where he just was bad and just kind of flailed around a bit is enough to persuade everyone he's secretly good. And secretly was a great choice.
Oswald is dead. We mourn the loss of our future king and hope for East Anglia.
Well, news spread fast.
Another king lost Abel.
News spread very fast here, didn't it?
Stop washing your face with mead.
How can I face
Indeed.
on Jarl now? I've failed him again.
Yeah, sure.
You have not failed him. Rued's clan is badly weakened. We can still cure what ails these lands.
What Danes would risk their asses now? Oswald was the last with even a scrap of courage.
Oh boy, don't they just have such a high opinion of the early English?
Easier said than done. His men are holed up in Borg Castle.
So, by the way, Borg Castle.
Sea.
In other words, Castle.
Guarded by a gate of hefty
Borg
held in place by
is
timber
a
spikes, difficult to
fortification that emerges in the later 9th century, largely
It
built
does, but how do we reach it?
the big phase of like Borg building starts in the reign of Alfred the Great, after his treaty with Guthrum. And so it literally refers to kind of a settlement with a fortified wall. That what determines it from like a witch being a port city, while a burg has walls around it. These could be kind of Iron Age sort of hill fort fortifications out of ramparts.
Oswald's fate? Aye, we did. He dragged Ruin to the bowels of
And
Albert, Dane
if they
Kettle.
didn't, if they weren't based on that, you might have Roman walls that are rebuilt and fortified, as happened with Lundenburg.
For Oswald? Aye, anything.
Or they might be totally new, either earthen or stone fortifications.
I can ride to Elmenham.
But the purpose of these is to kind of spread out, right? They're spread out as to be border posts.
He's a bit road
According to the Burghal Hidaj, a
We can assemble a forward camp
early
at the
11th
ruins north of
century
Poole Castle.
document that lists all of the ones on the borders of Wessex,
Let's pay this Reeve a visit.
it indicates that they're supposed to be basically about a day's journey apart.
Hope is a scarce
And so
word in this
anywhere...
Maybe so, but I would rather hold on to something, anything, than ride with empty hands.
Okay, Finnr, you kicked your depression, let's go.
This kingdom unchecked. The people
Anyway,
of Danbury will be as ravaged
the
as these lands.
kind of goal of these is that they'd be garrisoned. And so when someone, if raiders come in from the Danelaw or from the sea, there would be two garrisons that can converge on them immediately. Instead of having the Finnr or elite levy, not peasant levy, elite levy, semi-professional soldiers here, based on networks of obligation. Instead of having them constantly run around year after year hunting down the Vikings and the raiders, they would instead, you know, just stop.
What did you expect, brother? Sword and silver. We had a bit of fun. That's what matters.
Is that so? A bit of fun. Well, as you said. Really, I didn't even get the other option too. There. Warriors win an ambush on the roads. Okay. Blah blah blah
Men are
nonsense.
a blight on this land.
Blight is too kind a word. A serious curse.
Seers don't usually
Blight
do
is too
curses. Jesus.
Serious curse.
There are magic users that aren't seers, Finnr. You know that.
Druids men have been here.
Well,
So no times to waste what the Lord has given us.
okay, this is one of the nicer moments of this arc, I won't lie. Where it's showing the after effect of a raid, because for any of them, even if they were paid off, instead of truly just slaughtering everyone, it costs a lot of resources, right? It's incredibly expensive as a prospect. And so, there's kind of desolation left.
Rued's clan is your enemy, not me.
Anyway,
I
yeah,
come on behalf of the
place,
late
place, here we
Oswald
go.
of Elmenham.
We're still a Dane from top to two. It's your meddling that led to Oswald's death. Leaving our kingdom
No
for the
one
worse.
liked him until he died. I don't understand it.
Oswald was a friend and ally, Reeve. He fought beside me, and I by him.
And look where that got him.
East Anglia will fall if Rued's clan is not defeated. Fight with me to drive them off.
Yep.
For Oswald and your kinsmen.
Pretty words, Dane. But the men of Theovard have their own battles to fight.
Is that so? Fine. Finnr, you're supposed to be the local here.
I'm standing right here.
There's a village to the east, Kingsbury. It was
By the
taken
way-
by Rued's men a fortnight ago.
By the way, apart from Finnr's outfit being rather too warm for East Anglia, based on what everyone else is wearing, I actually quite like it. The kind
Join us for
of
the fight to come.
treated leather with a fur lining put inside it
If you do as
isn't
you
it
promise, the pikes at Theovard will be
vaguely
yours.
attested in the literary evidence
I'll take
as
this news to our forward
a
camp,
sort of seaworthy
Follow
sailor's
me, Ken.
outfit.
I will see you there.
His name also vaguely suggests he's from
Church is a great
Finland.
fort on the top its steep.
You know, Finnr.
You managed the task, blew it.
It's
I
not a
knew
guarantee
you'd
by
keep
any
your
means,
word.
but he's definitely, like, it evokes correctly a cold water sailor in its aesthetics. So, you know, a nice touch in the character design being done there.
You there, Dane. A word, if you will.
What? What?
You called to me.
We heard you talking with the Reeve, and we wish to fight beside you. We owe Oswald for his good deeds and fair rule.
You
Glad
all
to hear
hated
it.
him at the start of
Go
this
to
arc.
the ruins north of Burke Castle. The army gathers there.
Also, you can't... Hang on. No. Hang on. Right. No. Zoom in. Okay. Knotted piece of fabric as a belt. Simple leather bag. Patch. Ragged. And the most simple cap, and the whole thing is... Or, if it was once dyed, it is largely no longer. This person is ineligible for military service in early English culture. Like, this person, even after the expansion of the Fiord in the 9th century, from being just the warrior elite and kind of the top 2 ranks of early English society to the top 3 ranks, this person is not eligible for military service.
Have you seen Mother? Oh, blessed. Your mother? When was last you saw her? Before the bad men came. Said she'd be right back, but she ain't. She will. I'm sure.
Well, let's keep going. Let's see, we're heading over to Kingsbury now, which is just a go do some murders, and we'll just be so good at doing murders that, you know, let's since we stealthed the last fight, let's do the exact opposite of that for this one. We'll see if we're allowed to raid. If they'll actually let us raid Kingsbury or not. I hope they will. It looks like they will. I see the little yellow bling of...
Infested with Druid's men.
Really? That didn't hit him? That hit him. Hey! You don't get to just randomly call us that. You'll pay for that. We haven't done anything to justify being called Niedingur. Don't be rude. Okay. Boom. I don't know which of you said that we were Niedingur, so we're just gonna kill all of you just to be safe. Hang on, is your shield... Hang on. Your shield is... Aw, that's sweet. So the design of this shield is called the Ægishjálmur, or the Helm of Terror. This is first, like, shown in that form in the 17th century. So the 1600s in Icelandic grimoires, which are explicitly based on continental models. So, they're not really a Viking Age symbol. That being said, Völsungasaga does say that Fafnir had in, and I think also Reynsmal said that he had an Ægishjálmur. Kind of part of the whole thing. So, right, this might be referring to some kind of design that's actually painted, or, you know, like the Greek Helm of Terror, or it might be a literal helmet because Fafnir wasn't always a dragon. I don't have the thing. Raven's not available. Fine. Anyway, it is one of our classic kind of modern idea of a Viking symbol. Fine. If you're just gonna stand there and not actually shoot. There is my response. So, where is our key?
No escape, you strong hog bear!
Where is our key? It's inside. Okay. How did we get inside? Breaking open windows. Come on. Ow. So this is actually a pretty tough, you know, not our ideal sort of. Oh wow. Hey, that's actually a cool animation. I haven't seen that one before.
Ram in! Leave no room!
And stab it. Several times. Come on. Oh, you healed. Rude. That's my response to that. Ow, that is just a shield to his face. Well then.
Time to sound the horn and signal victory.
Wasn't that exciting? Here lies King Edmund. Right, yeah, I totally buy that. Okay, so this here looks like it is actually genuinely early English. It's the right stylings, but you can see it's Christ sitting in judgment, flanked by angels, angels above, angels below, and the Virgin Mary is directly below him. That's kind of very standard imagery throughout the Middle Ages, but also in the early modern period. But then we have Saint Edmund here. This is a 12th century tomb. There's no way this is 9th century. Right, while his body was set in state, and kind of left there where it would not rot, this might even be later, actually. Those... Sadly, I don't think AC is here. He's our resident, you know, heraldry expert, but those look to me like roses, which might mean we're looking even later, but then the armor's not right. So I'm not super sure precisely who this is supposed to be, but the stylings of it by and large suggest to me a kind of Crusader era, certainly post-Norman. Oh, hang on. We got new inventory. Everyone, it's 2021, but the pandemic is still going on. Please be careful. Anyway, we got this, so now we can get more nickel. Huzzah! An ingot of nickel. Responsible A for social distance by murdering anyone who got within 6 feet. Right, so we're supposed to get up to the very top of this and sound a horn. Okay. Fine. So, Peter, you asked if there were kind of hints as to how people responded to stealth versus doing it the loud way. The answer is both are valid. You just can't keep it hidden, right? You can be sneaky to accomplish something, but once the deed is done, someone needs to hear about it. Hiding stuff long-term typically never ends well and is also illegal, and so like in Gisla Saga, Gisli Sorson,
The Reeve has come to join me. Let's hope his promise holds.
kills his brother-in-law as a response for a killing that his brother-in-law did on his sworn brother, but did it sneakily. In the winter, in the dead of night, he put on his shoes and went outside and took the spear Grausida, Greyside, and went and he stabbed his brother-in-law in his wife's bed, or in his sister's bed. And then he kept it secret. And it took... The fact that he took it, kept it secret means that when it eventually came out and his sister found out and the whole thing was brought to court, he was outlawed for 20 years, greater outlawry instead of lesser.
In past times, that horn was used to muster fyrds all across our land.
So,
You may find others who have warmed to its call.
Good. Whatever willing men you find, rally them soon at the ruins north of Burr Castle.
Yo. So, yes. In the law codes in Graugaus, the legal distinction between homicide and murder is kind of the same deal. If you announce it and take responsibility for it, it's homicide. If it's done in secret and it attempts to remain secret, that's murder. That's bad. We don't do murders here, we do homicides. Don't really need that. Whether these are actually any good. Battleground Bolt's actually fun. We're starting to get to the point where we get a lot of sort of I guess alterations to the combat, and it starts to kind of get the way it was designed.
Forward camp.
Right, at the beginning it's kind of pretty basic and boring and not really all that fun. But by the end you're just yeeting stuff left, right, and center, and it's a lot better. Okay, so we're actually going all the way up to there. But we've got two, so we'll actually warp up here, take a look at those last two things on the way, and then we will finish off. Well, actually, we still got like an hour left in the arc. This is going to be a long stream, folks. I hope you're ready. Because we got a thing over there, which is probably just more wealth. And we've got one farther down that way. And then we have the assault. So we have the Burr Castle assault, then we'll have the wedding feast, and then the thing will end. Okay, that's just wealth. I don't actually care about that. Though, this does actually bring people... over to the thing. Well, that worked well. This will give us one more person in the... Oh, dude. You must have eaten some bad mushrooms or something, because it's not the time of day where you should be that drunk. Yeah, so... Aww. Really? We killed him. We hooked him on our thing. No. By the way, they're shouting a lot to Thor there.
Thor lends me strength.
Like that. And while he is definitely a protector figure and is really, really important, all of the very, very many gods of battle do not include Thor. Right? Ullr is sometimes associated with battle in that a shield is a sled or the boat of Ullr, according to Snorri and other skaldic poetry. Tyr is a god of battles. Odin is prayed to for success in war. Freya chooses part of the slain. Thorn isn't, strictly speaking, like, nearly as much of a war deity.
You. You're lucky.
God be praised. We were lambs before their blades.
Exactly. He's the one who goes forth and slaughters trolls, but he doesn't
call, but I thought I was dreaming.
seem to be associated with
Just name the place.
We gather at the
mortal battles in the same way some of the other deities in the thing are, which is, you know, weird, right? But it says something about just how different and complicated Norse mythology actually is, and how the pre-Christian practice and the obscure kennings we have doesn't match, or doesn't easily match. Actually, I'm gonna go the other way. Where is my horse? Mount is currently not available because I'm in a restricted area. Fine. There. Thank you, horse. Okay. So, yo. I mean, the mentions of the, oh, right. I'm not strong enough to do that fight yet. We'll come back. That's a Drengr. That's one of the Drengr of Ragnar Lothbrok. So, we'll come back and deal with him in one of the cleanup episodes. When we are massively overleveled for this whole region, we're just gonna... roll with it, and we'll come back when we're like level 250, and we'll try and clean out literally everything, including Cordelia, in one stream. So, stay tuned for that for later. Meanwhile, who wants to go stab Burr Castle? But yeah, in the 9th century, you know, there are Frankish sources saying, oh yes, this is bad, we have a problem, and they actually record, you know,
that
attacks.
came from Elmenham. Valdis must have got to them.
Nice. Record attacks by Vikings on the English, because Alfred the Great had been raised, spent like actually like a whole year in Rome when he was a child, and there was an alliance between Alfred's father and Louis the Pious. So there definitely is like relationships between the early English and the continent, and like the Franks casket is found in England, was produced in Francia. These trade networks exist, and the Vikings do influence and disrupt that. That does exist.
Can we really do this? We're just farmers and
That being said, on a like elite political level, there's been arguments that Alfred was trying to negotiate with Charles the Bald to get kind of reinforcements. But at the end of the day, Louis the German, Charles's brother, and Charles the Bald were so busy fighting each other that the Vikings were able to run roughshod over them. Additionally, you know, the Vikings didn't just... So, the Vikings didn't just raid England, right? It's not like this is this unique big thing. There were raids in Paris in 845, you know, before Saint Edmund dies, before Northumbria, King Alla and Osbert die. Paris has been sacked by Regenherus. The trade networks through Ireland of slaves was flowing through Frisia at the time. Raids in Germany had happened. Louis the Pious helped Harald Klak in the civil wars in Denmark in the early 9th century. They're well aware of this and the influence it has on Denmark, or that the influence Scandinavia has on Francia and on modern Germany and the Low Countries from early in the 9th century. It's not like they're like, oh, this is some English problem that we don't need to think about at all. Because it all happened at the same time.
It seems Oswald got
Yeah,
what he wanted in the end.
Björn Jarlsida at Halstead raided the town of Luna in northern Italy. They sailed all the way around the Mediterranean. Sevilla gets sacked a couple of times. And Arabic and Andalusian traders and diplomats travel to Ireland and to Scandinavia, such as Al-Ghazali, who went to Dublin and maybe had an affair with the King of Dublin's wife, but then also went to Heideby.
By cover of night, Baldus will lead the Finnr at the front
And
gates.
describe the town there, so, you know, there's a lot going on here.
The backwaters at their backs.
And once we're in, we'll leave no gate closed in that castle. Ruit's men cannot be allowed to dig in.
For some reason, we have a stone Norman keep in ruins.
Your longship.
It's not in good repair. It's ruined.
She awaits her own special glory.
I continue to be baffled by the medieval game with castles that are ruined.
For a long time you lived in fear. Your houses razed, your fields scorched. Now your chance has come.
Eivor gets to be
free of this pain.
inspiring for a moment.
To be free of fear.
Freedom!
Now is the time. Today we rid East Anglia of Ruit's clan, once and for all.
Exactly. Right? They got ruined 400 years before they were built, and it's just tragic. They put so much effort into inventing time travel, but not to keep the things in good repair. It needs some beta testing. When they get warped back, I assume they just fall apart. Like, it's almost like the mortar for the stones just doesn't exist. Right? The stones come back, but the mortar doesn't. Dang rudimentary time travel. Causing problems. Here we go again. Here we go. Who's ready to storm Castle? Using explosions, by the way. We are going to use the power of explosions and lightning bolts.
Remember the dream I spoke of?
You sailed through Helheim on a ship of fire.
Here, it may come to pass.
Yep.
Dreams, life. It may be they are one and the same.
Again, nice and philosophical from us here. We are just running straight at them. With the Raven banner, by the way. Notice this is a different Raven symbol. Ooh.
Rushing for the spear dinner. A watcher alight on water's wake. Another glory I will keep.
Actual Skaldic verse. I'm proud of you. That's not a bad translation of the meter and kennings of Skaldic verse. I wish we would see more of that.
Ruit's shit stains will see us coming.
And speaking of poem, on the eve of something momentous, or immediately after something momentous, is totally valid. It happens all the damn time in the sagas. But anyway,
Steady! Hold course!
these guys appear to have also, Hwachas? Like, I think they imported Hwachas from Korea. There. Good enough. Right, like, look at this. Hey, Skildir. Wait. Hang on. They're calling it Skjoldur, which is the singular, by the way. That's the plural is Skildir. The plural is Skildir. And yeah,
Steady your hand! Hold for impact!
oh come on, I put the shield up in time. None of that. And then also, they claim that they filled this with oil right, the front of the ship is covered in oil, and this will light the thing on fire, causing the gate to collapse. Problem number one, it's not that the bar of the gate lit on fire and burned. And problem two, the gate isn't made of the gate wasn't made of wood. Ow. Oh wait, that's Finnr. Ow. I mean, we could go that way. We don't actually have a choice in the matter. God dang it. We're doing this. Look at that. Suddenly, like, just us being involved makes this way better. One more should do it. Here we go. You have fun with that. What? How do we get an assassination off there? Nope, we're not dead. We're very alive. I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, the ramp could, or I could just not. On the grounds, though, we can run up here. Right? Oh, nice. That was counted as an assassination. Yes. Yes, we can. It is significantly faster. Ow. There. Gate open. Look at that. Oh, come on. Brother.
Now to the inner gate. Get that ram to the gate and push. And keep pushing. Dangly advance on it. Our battle plan is laid. Keep the pressure.
Again, just want to reiterate here, you know, a feared... A feared is not, and does not consist of peasant levies. The image of the Middle Ages as being full of these peasants who are being forced to fight and have no idea what they're doing and are just kind of bad at it all is totally inaccurate. Right, well, it did occasionally happen that civilians and well and truly non-elite, mostly untrained people would have to fight. It's not unheard of. However, also isn't the most likely thing in the world. Wait, what? Boom. See if that affects anything. Makes anything easier? I don't know. If not, we'll just head up here where we can get an actual vantage point. Cool, you dropped. That's all I care about. Go. Wait, what? He didn't engage on anyone else. He was solo aggroed onto me for literally the entire time. Come on. What kind is asleep? No, fine.
With me! I need help with this gate!
Come on, can we please hurry? Come on, game. Yeah, you know, Matt, it's shocking how that image is kind of stuck, right? But it basically tries to claim that, you know, the Middle Ages do a form of total warfare, where every level of society is constantly involved with these fights. It's just not a legitimate thing, right? There is a warrior elite who is trained in fighting and whose job is fighting. And they are the ones who do the fighting the vast majority of the time. Let's just really back it up. All the way. Seriously? What is this gate made out of? Reinforced wood? Oh wait. Oh wait. You know, hey! Hey, look at that! Who thought he was actually dead? Raise your hand.
Eivor, is that you? Shut your ass, twig spine.
Stand fast! This will be over soon!
Worry not for me! You must stop! Silence, fool!
He also healed really quickly, right?
Comes to Wolfkist, 2 Danes fighting over a filthy Saxon horse.
That's, yes. That is kind of the point.
Come and get him.
Hey, wait, we killed that guy. The guy who just pushed Oswald, we attacked him earlier. We stabbed him. He died. I'll just leave the levies to do this. Alright, it's our turn.
A miserable clan you lead, Ruid.
Yes, the one that has bled this country dry for 2 summers.
Nice try. Nice try, Ruid.
Pity restrains my blade.
Not till I've taken all these shores have to offer.
East Anglia will have its king, and it will not be you.
That groveling worm in a cage must be blind to stand with such a man.
For all your efforts.
So, difficult fight, right, guys?
Valhalla awaits you.
Valhalla is my destiny. That fate will not be met today. Why does a Dane fight tooth and nail for a Saxon? This Saxon of all.
Difficult fight. By the way, also, we're just gonna ignore the fact that Rued somehow set his greatsword on fire. And that he has a greatsword.
Thank you.
And that his pet was a rabid wolf. And like all of it. You know, we're just gonna ignore like everything about him because what the hell.
These arrogant swine? For what? A scrap of land and a promise of peace?
Eivor, no! He should be tried before God. A lawful assembly.
A lawful assembly, yes. So, chat, are we gonna listen to Oswald or not?
Another screeching scold.
Indeed, we have very many of
This man
those.
must die for the damage he has wrought. The old laws are clear.
These are Oswald's lands.
The old laws
Rule of
have an
king at
assembly of
King's
judges and a thing.
Does Eivor bow to kings?
To defy a king would shame him. East Anglia cannot heal without his honor.
Odin
intact.
is really not smart and also doesn't actually know Gulating log at all. I'm not super familiar with the law code, but even I know, right? You bring feuds up Feuds go to courts where they are tried by a panel of judges. And then it's on, once the judgment has been passed, then you can kill him however you feel like, because it's on you to enforce it, right? So, it's just bad. Because while Iceland and I guess Viking Age Scandinavia in general is sometimes said to be some kind of like proto-democracy, which is not totally wrong, the biggest problem with the Icelandic state specifically is that there was no executive authority. The law speaker was an elected position who spoke the law. It wasn't an executive authority. Executive authority in Iceland and to a lesser extent, but still very real, to a very real extent, Norway and Sweden and Denmark, was on the hands of the person who was wronged. If someone wronged you, you would take them to court, you would get your judgment, and then there was no police to enforce it on you. You had to do it, which is bad. So, Ruin will live, it sounds like. Chat, you have spoken.
The rightful king of East Anglia has spared your life today, and so it will be.
So here we go, we do the opposite. We do the opposite of what Odin said, because Odin generally has bad advice.
Compassion is a virtue suited for anyone, Eivor.
Odin generally just has really awful advice, so it's fine. Anyway, the assault is complete. Look at this giant ruined tower with crenellated stone walls. This thing is 13th century with, you know, a nice healthy dose of the 9th century? It is just generally peculiar.
Thank you for heeding me, Eivor.
I know, he's supposed to be the wise god.
All this is like a dream.
But you are not asleep.
And we're supposed to be a practitioner of the religion that likes him, that thinks he is cool and does stuff. Instead, we are some kind of like non-atheist who recognizes that the gods give terrible advice and follow ourselves. Individualist power, yay!
And a glorious victory.
And soon, something more grand to take
Yay.
place. Our wedding, my love.
I mean, Peter, yes, but that's spoilers.
And why would I not?
I fought poorly. I melted under the heat and anger of that brute. And I never...
Oswald, stop. You fought with all your heart and soul. That's all you need ever do.
No, Valdis, that's not great advice. Like, I'm glad you're okay with the marriage. I'm glad it's a good sign for a marriage when both parties involved are actually in love instead of it being an unhappy arranged marriage. Because while brother and brother are the ones who actually get to decide kind of if the marriage goes through, it was a custom, and certainly the sagas all kind of indicate this, that, you know, we probably don't want to force a marriage on a woman who doesn't like it. And so you ask permission, go like, is this someone you actually want to get married to? If the answer is no, then this is not going to go well, for obvious reasons. And in fact, we'll probably end up escalating the feud that the marriage is probably supposed to... Or, if there isn't a feud, it will create a feud. If there is a feud already, and this is supposed to end it, it will guaranteed make the feud worse. Because turns out, autonomy is good. Anyway, now we gotta go have a wedding. A lot of the kind of specific details of what the ceremony would have looked like are more or less unknown. Certainly I wasn't able to find anything really detailed on what the customs look like. A lot of what we see is kind of reconstructions, usually based on Christian weddings because that's the dominant cultural force. But in terms of their narrative role, marriages are a moment where things happen. I said we already talked about it a little bit. With the it being arranged, it is a contract between two families. The woman doesn't necessarily get a say in the matter, but it's usually considered a good idea to do it. By the way, I don't know how all these roses grew up on Elmenham so quickly. Because, like, roses take a long time to grow, like this, and they just kind of appeared. Whole bushels of roses.
Just like you to keep the king waiting at his own
They
wedding.
probably don't have registries. This is essentially a feast. Right? Weddings will be negotiated at the Althingi or at one of the regional assemblies.
Do I? Because I'm nervous as hell.
And the actual marriage ceremony would take place probably around the solstice of the... sorry, not the solstice, the equinox. I think, if I remember right, it's the fall equinox is one that is really kind of liked for this purpose. It's kind of a good marriage season. And this is a big feast. Now, the seating arrangements at feast are a big deal. Right? Once the actual ceremony happens, which doesn't take long, and probably involves a sacrifice, which we actually will see here. But the seating arrangement is a big deal, as it still is. Because if you seat someone at the wrong spot, that's a disservice. The closer they are to the bride and groom, the higher the seat of honor. But putting the wrong person there is bad news. Anyway, as you can see, we've kind of got a lot of vague... this one is, Christian-ish. Right, since this is early English, it is happening in the church. It's at least partially happening according to early English customs. And because it's Christian, we have a lot of the evocations of modern Christianity, namely the everyone's wearing white. I have no evidence to say that that was actually done, but it looks stylish as hell, so fair play to them. Right, because this isn't... And this marking with blood, I think, is a legitimate practice in both early English and Norse, so... Right. There's also, I believe, still the exchange of rings, like this. And then, throughout the Middle Ages, the marriage night is just as important as the marriage day. But, very nice, short, sweet ceremony. They have a sacrifice, the blood gets marked, they're ritually marked.
I name you.
For some reason, though, Finnr, instead of a bishop, is the one doing all of this. Also, while I like his crown on a purely aesthetic level, the crown of East Anglia doesn't survive, but we don't really see the traditional, kind of Saxon florist style of crown, which is a simple ring with then, crosses basically coming off the top of it. That is a style that is attested in iconography from the period, and so I would have liked to see it here. Finnr is obviously not a bishop. Come on, guys. At a Christian wedding, I would definitely expect a bishop to be officiating.
A king now sits on the throne of
and it's not like there are shortages of bishops around.
Don't leave yourself out of this song. We did it together.
Back to your dreams, then, of fire and Helheim.
I lost my way some time ago. Hard to say when.
Indeed.
I don't want to be here. I never did.
Oh no. Right, I would feel bad messing with him. It's not like I couldn't mess with him. I would just feel bad about it because the depression hours have been very real for him this entire arc.
I want that life again. Whether or not I find it, only time will tell. Until then, let us feast, drink, and forget our pain!
That's fair. It's a feast. They use the feast here as a kind of, let's just do a bunch of stuff. A whole bunch of just random stuff is going to happen here for a moment. Of everyone talking to everyone else.
Let's have a drink.
Alright, brother.
Your fist is without ale. Let us address that.
Surely
Let's do
a
it.
special kind of metal is required for drinking before the new king.
Also, yeah,
Not unlike your own.
To Odin. and his endless glories.
Okay.
The new king of East Anglia.
Brother, your hand is suspiciously ale-free. Our horns appear to have not spawned in.
Not bad, Wolf-Kissed. I wager you couldn't drink more than me if you tried.
A fool's wager.
A challenge nonetheless. What say you?
Hopefully our horns will spawn
I will
in.
drink you under the table.
Confident, are you? Let us see how you fare against the ale beast of East Anglia. And we'll make it interesting.
Hey, we get to earn some profit off of this.
What say you?
No, Rat, this is on my end.
I accept.
The game is running poorly, and my stream is also running poorly. It should recover in a moment. Right, my internet is not the most stable thing in the world, so it does its best, but it is not designed for this. One of these days I'll get around to upgrading it, but I'll need a lot, you know, it's not anywhere near the priority list. Oh, anyway, so a lot of what we're gonna do is, you know, a lot of random things of, wow, we are really drunk and this is a party. Which is fair. Oh, crap. I choked on the end.
Staggering already.
We're still in the lead, but not by a lot. So, some of them though, like archery, and if there's any wrestling or anything, like with the Yule Feast, fit a category known as Eithrotir. And Eithrotir.
Here, it's strong. But
Yes, it is.
I am stronger.
Aye, stronger than me. You drink as well as Valdis. Now that I would pay to see.
Speaking of payment, where is my silver?
Here, well earned, Wolf.
Thank you. Oh god. Please, camera, don't freak out. Anyway, like this archery here, stuff like that counts as Eithrotir, or sports, which occur at all sorts of feasts, celebrations of all flavors, and weddings would definitely be one of those. We don't have the more brutal ones, like the horse fights, which are more associated with the spring assemblies, but are very much a stock saga scene of something bad happens at a stallion fight.
So much meat, succeed and you shall be rewarded.
Keep your eyes open long enough to witness me, you drunken lout.
And here we go again.
She stormed Rua's castle, brought Rua to his knees, and let Oswald hold him for trial.
Okay, challenge begins, please.
Yes, that's it.
Hello? I appreciate that we're using, hang on. Nope, 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 nope.
As with everything, an easy task for the wolf.
Indeed. We are the protagonist.
Barely a
We have big protagonist energy.
Impressive. Here as promised. Now go enjoy the party.
Right, I tried to do that with Predator arrows, and that was just a mistake. Right, the Predator arrows are not a good plan. Not well suited for this job.
Look there, Finnr on the roof.
The road to Valhalla does not run that way, Finnr.
He's been up there a while.
Finnr, please don't. Look, I'll deal with you after we get some food, okay? That's well made.
The boar represents fertility. Did you
Yes.
know that?
Yes, obviously.
Estes Freyr, what's your point?
Gudrunbursti is Freyr's boar.
Your battle wisdom, your strength of character, skilled in so many ways. Yet I wonder, is there any skill of mine that
stop
I could
being weird.
impress upon you?
You're very
Even a
drunk.
fool has something to teach, whether they're aware of the lesson or not.
Brother, we need to go save
But I
Finnr.
could show you how to wield my plow sword.
He is not subtly flirting with me, because subtext is for cowards, and so is tact. No thank you.
Need your plow sword, brother. I'm not interested.
You thought... No. No. I wasn't serious. Come on now. Drink and be merry.
Well ahead of you, friend.
Wait, did you hear? Did my brother just call me?
Yep.
I think he... You know I should go. Brother!
Brother. Hello, yes, brother. Brother. Indeed.
Eivor! Some sweet wine for a sweet swine? Come join me!
Oh dear.
The Saxon god wanders somewhere up here, does he not?
I think, you know, strong evidence for him being a bishop. He knows that God is up. I think that's enough qualifications.
Look! The moon! It moves on trouble now. But one day it will be eaten by a giant wolf.
Yup, Hati Hroðvitason. Well, no, they won't, because the sun's... Well, at least the sun's daughter survives. It's unclear if the moon's daughter does.
It was good.
I'm glad to hear it. Now,
I always felt like Skoll, Hati, chasing and trying to fulfill Halfdan's wishes. But now I've caught my sun and moon. I've got them and I don't know.
you can let them go. Sail to a further shore.
Indeed,
My
something
own
will
ship's
happen.
in Valhalla. Don't you remember? Firestarter.
Oh dear. We, yeah, Here we are.
Let's get you to solid ground.
Everything's spinny.
Oh dear. Y'all need to learn how to handle your alcohol.
Strong.
Yes.
You're very large.
Ow. Good enough. He didn't fall off. We just like jumped at 5 feet and then dropped him.
One last glory. I should be happy. I am happy. Thank you.
It need not be the last.
Not the last.
Just like that. Okay.
Enough fun and games. I should see how Oswald is
Well,
doing.
that was exciting. What do you think we finish up the
Eivor,
plot here?
I'm about to address our guests, and I'd like you to be there.
It has been a worthy ceremony so far.
And have you had enough fun yet?
Sure.
I am ready to hear you address your kingdom.
Does that count as fun? Right.
Good.
It was
Come,
profitable.
join me.
We got some cash off of it.
Friends, honored guests, we've pushed through hard times. It seems like all we've known is loss and suffering. But it is not conflict that binds us. It is compassion. May we always favor compassion, even when our enemies refuse its boon. So, to my Dane friends and neighbors, I give thanks for the bravery you have shown during our collective struggles. And for my fellow Christians, may we continue standing as examples of our Lord's grace.
It's well said.
Lights in the dark. I see East Anglia's future right here, right now, in all of you, Dane and Saxon alike. To our future.
Woohoo.
Still a bit soft on insults, but the king
Woohoo.
has courage.
And to
I know.
Eivor,
Bishop Finnr
without
immediately
whom
woke
none
up
of this
and
would have
sobered
been
up.
possible.
On behalf of East Anglia, let this ring be
Woohoo!
proof of
Ring
our loyalty
get.
to the Raven Clan.
This kind of
and
arm
all
ring
they
is
have
really
done for us
important
today.
in Eil Saga after
Do you have any
the
words of wisdom
fight
for
at
us?
Brunanburh, where Eir's brother dies. Scowl.
To the good king, Oswald, Skull!
To Oswald!
So,
Skull!
Score!
after it, after the battle, which I believe is Brunanburh, Eir goes to King Athelstan,
Steady all!
and
Ready yourself for the wedding race. The king and his bride against all.
then he decides, you know, stares at Athelstan, and Athelstan's like, what do you want? And he's like, my brother dies. I was like, well, that sucks. And then he stares at Athelstan, and then he waggles his eyebrows at Athelstan, and then Athelstan gives him an arm ring as compensation for his brother's death, and Egil is happy. Skull literally means like cheers.
I challenge you. I accept.
So, chat, are we gonna kill Rued, or do we think Oswald's got it under control? Can we throw away our alliance at the very end? One vote for fighting. 2 votes for fighting. 1 vote for Oswald. Well, looks like us fighting wins.
Oswald is king, and a king must have a champion. I will fight in his stead.
He challenged me, Eivor.
Your fight is bigger than this, Lord. You must rebuild East Anglia plank by plank, and a dead king cannot keep his oaths. Let me finish this.
Indeed.
Oswald, you gutless Arya swine! I'll slay the wolf-kissed, then hang you with your own tongue.
So now that we're committed, by the way, if we let Oswald fight, he actually wrecks Rued. Like, incredibly hard. Hello? I have no adrenaline. Kind of a big deal. Ow. Ah. Oh yeah, it's like not close. He freaking trashes Rued. Ow. I know, right? With how little skill Oswald has shown literally the entire game, he just somehow gets really, really good almost instantly. And off we go.
I wish it had not come to this. So much death, so much anger.
What is done is done.
You're leaving now.
I should. Your wedding should be a day of peace and happiness. Today I lack both.
Yo, Frieder.
You've done East Anglia a great
peace and
service.
prosperity.
I promised you an alliance, and now you have it.
Exactly. Flowery
One day
Space
I'll
Guy,
need you to
that's
make good on that
exactly
alliance.
right. He got the power of self-respect, and it caused him to gain like 50 levels. He is Scott Pilgrim.
Say goodbye before I leave.
Where is Finnr? Finnr! I don't know why they keep using the plural, by the way. Finnr. Instead of Finnr. Or, you know, or if they want to be consistent about using reconstructed Old Norse, which they don't, but, you know, we pretend, it would be Finnr. No vowel in between, just NNR.
Brother, look after Oswald, will you?
Aye, he is family now. And I could not be more proud of him. We have you to thank for that.
Take care.
Well, problem solving. Brother. We talked to brother, now let's speak to brother.
Oswald is in your hands.
I still
now.
can't believe that they
Protect your king.
genuinely named
Call out to my
Valdis's
banner
brothers
should the need
brother
arise.
and brother.
Aye, Eivor. Without a moment's hesitation. Travel safe.
I will, friend.
Right? It's so ridiculous. Hello, Valdis.
Valdis,
Will you not stay a moment longer, Eivor?
I should not linger. My banner
Yep,
folk await
we,
my return.
unlike
I
Sigurd,
understand.
unlike
care,
our brother,
Valdis. You fought well,
we
and won
actually
yourself
remember
a
to
worthy
return
king.
home once in a while.
I did, didn't I? Take care, Eivor.
Right, Sigurd forgot about this literally all the time, but we remember that we have like responsibilities to other people.
Like none other. Thank you for everything. From the bottom
And
of my heart.
to kind of wrap up Oswald's story, Oswald is only known through coinage. We have found coins in East Anglia from the 870s in his name. However, after the Battle of Edington, when Guthrum converts to Christianity and swears peace with Alfred the Great, Guthrum becomes the king of East Anglia under the name Athelstan. So either Oswald dies in about a year after the events of this game, or he and Guthrum are supposed to be co-rulers. One of the two. Either way, more likely is the first one. That Oswald has a very short reign and is succeeded by Guthrum, either by being deposed by him, or that he actually dies and is then replaced. Guthrum will also be dead by 890, after which the son of Alfred the Great will take over the kingdom, and it becomes incorporated into Wessex. Also, yeah, Finnr now joins the settlement.
What a celebration!
Now it seems the wind calls me back to Randvi.
What's
Let's
up?
tell her the good news.
Well, you heard it here. We're going back to Randvi. We're going to level up a few more times because we can. Which one were we working towards? We were working towards something. I think it's the Battlefield Bolt. I think that was the one we were doing. That's stealth. That's range. Let's do that. Huzzah! We're at triple digit powers. Oh, right. Here we go. Right, like, remember, Doug spent so much complaining about how we're a glory hound, and Eivor's character arc is learning how to not be that, and that has a price, and Guthrum accuses that of us later. And Sigurd's the one who just is, like, running around pretending like he's a god or something. Well, that's spoilers for next week. We will find out next week what he is doing.
Eivor, thank Tyr.
Uh-oh.
I heard shouting. Is something wrong?
Holger robbed me, and I demand he be punished.
Seriously?
Rot disappointed word. Does the deer rub the stream when
Sigurd
she takes
is
a drink?
drinking the Metaplock Kool-Aid real hard these days.
On sweet grass?
Eivor, this matter requires sensitive judgment.
Randvi, you can handle this one.
Of course. From the beginning, please.
Well now, there is no excuse to
Seriously? Where? Doug, we haven't seen Sigurd in like a month.
In Sigurd's absence, who has better claim to oversee these disputes?
We haven't seen Sigurd in like literally a month because he went to Leicester and then he went straight to Oxford.
Letting go, would it not?
But also, that's not our... Like, we are the Gothi, the chieftain, in Sigurd's absence. And therefore, it is our job to settle feuds between people with judgment. We are legally doing the right thing. Dog is an idiot.
Are you mocking me?
Silence, please. I'll hear both of your complaints and render a decision, awarding compensation if needed. Understood? Rowan, tell me your version of these events.
As you are aware, Holger and I are neighbors. Near enough that I often catch him at my stables, stealing my tools.
Borrowing.
Holger, let him speak.
Stealing, borrowing. My point being, I have always allowed him to use whatever he pleased. I greatly admire your Norse generosity and had hoped to match it. But this morning, Holger stretched the limits of my grace. Entering my stables for their feed, I found my most beautiful, gentle mare stripped of her tail.
Just...
Not a strand in sight.
Holger went and cut off the tail of one of Rowan's horses.
And how right I was. For when I peered across the lane, there he was, gripping a horsetail brush slathered with indigo, dragging it across a sheet of
painting, Rowan. I was painting. You make it sound
just
so crude.
yeah.
Such willful arrogance. It will take ages for Ilgafur's tail to reach its former length.
Elf Gifts, by the way. No, that's her name.
I understand.
Elf Gift.
Thank you, Rowan.
Holger,
let me hear your
cut
side.
off the holding tail to make a paintbrush.
Known me as a skald for years. You have seen how my
Holger, you're incredibly bad at poetry.
wisdom to our people. And
You're
you
like
know
the
that
worst
I
at
want to
poetry.
try as a
Do
certain
nothing like vaguely resembling quality Drothkite. Snorri would be disappointed.
rare resources to compose my verses.
Snorri would be very disappointed in you. He is the reason, or you are the reason he wrote the Prose Edda. You are. None of this talk about like artistic license and freedom. Snorri wrote the Prose Edda because you can't compose poetry.
As I was saying, this morning in the throes of poetic reverie, I realized that my latest piece required delicate brushwork. I could have used a frayed stick, some cloth, my hands, but no. I needed something gentler.
You could have asked permission.
Softer. To make a perfect brush, I needed the fine hairs of a well-raised horse.
The entire tail,
And
by the way.
So I availed myself of a local resource.
You clipped Alfgafur's tail to the rump without asking.
It was early. I did not wish to wake you.
Thank you, Holger. I believe I understand your position.
Well, dog is dumb. Holger is also dumb.
Enough. If you will...
My horse looks like a fool, Eivor. No handsomer than a donkey now. You must do something.
Do not conflate hair with beauty, Rowan.
Aha, a horse's tail will not grow that quickly.
Will grow back in no time.
Quiet, both of you. Now listen. Holger, Rowan is clearly in the right. You shared the
This
tail
is
from
not
his horse
difficult,
without gaining
yeah.
permission.
I borrowed the tail. Borrowed. Does the reality of regrowth not make
No,
this a
no, it does
victimless
not.
crime?
It is a two-victim crime, Holger. Though they are unharmed, you took without asking, and that will not do. As the horse's value has diminished significantly, you will pay Rowan its market price.
But the horse was not for sale. Rowan, admit it.
My decision is final, Holger. Pay what you owe and meet tomorrow as friends.
And if I do,
See,
may I keep
decision,
the
that's
horse?
almost right.
Pay the
Except
man
that
and be
Snorri
done with
didn't
it.
think, like,
Rowan,
even I
does
could
this
do better.
satisfy you?
It was more, obviously I could do better because I'm great at poetry.
Good.
And I shall spread my
Then by
wisdom with
his
all of
blessing,
you.
let this matter rest.
Even his
We are
nephew,
done here.
who lived with Snorri
Return
for
to your
years, I
homes
was
in
probably
peace.
around while Snorri was composing either Heimskringla or the Prose Edda or both, call Snorri incredibly arrogant.
Lord, look at it. Would you allow me to pay you with a vibrant painting? After all, in some wish.
Jesus.
Oh, hello, Eivor. Good day. That Holger, he is quite a character.
I almost envy him. To see the world through such a muddy glass and live with such petty concerns. He hasn't a care in the world.
Let's not walk too far with that idea. I need you right where you are.
Okay, Randvi,
East
I
Anglia
suppose.
is with us. Their King Oswald has pledged his loyalty to us.
Eivor Kingmaker, we shall call you soon.
Well, better than Ivar Kingslayer. And another job has been done.
Some interesting news. King Ceolwulf has sent Ceolbert to Shropshire. He hopes to install him as Elderman there.
Good for Ceolbert. He should do well considering all he has learned from you.
I gave him only a taste of my knowledge. The rest he will need to figure for himself. One more thing. I do not know if you heard, but Svend passed away a short time ago.
Oh yeah, by the way, our
Poor
settlement
man slipped
actually
away in
evolved.
his
Oh
bed.
god, focus
I
please.
had not heard. No.
So
And
yeah,
how
our
is Toby?
tattoo artist,
She must be
he
good.
died.
It has been rough on her. She spends quite a lot of
Guess
time
I
with
can't.
his burial
Guess I
mound.
can't possibly
Speak
make
with her,
terrible
if you
tattoos
have
for
the
these
time.
days. No chance at all of doing any of that because yeah, he's dead. Oh no, I'll just have to go back to having no tattoos. It's not like I can talk to her, do like one thing, and then we'll have the tattoo shop back. No, not at all. What are you talking about? Anyway, this is the end of the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you did, do consider following me here on Twitch and subscribing. And both of those go a long, long way to help you know, get more viewers, do better history, and keep everything going. More games, more equipment, making it as good as possible for you guys. Our next stream will be on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Time. We'll be continuing, I sporadically play Fire Emblem 4, Genealogy of the Holy War, in translation from the Japanese. We're going to be continuing with that because it is a very good game and I want to do some Fire Emblem. But then, next week, Saturday, again as usual, we'll be back doing the Oxena Forchera arc in this game. And that means metaplot. So much metaplot. And being very weird about it too. So I hope you guys are ready. It'll be a grand old time. Sanity check. Good. Except for the game crashing twice. Doing pretty okay, actually. You know. We fought with brother and brother. We killed Castle. And we installed a very cool guy who was probably not going to live for a long time. And is heavily inked up girl, wife. Also, we got very drunk. And decided that and recruited a bishop to our cause. Because, as we said, Bishop Finnr, coolest guy. Anyway, I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend. And I'll see you on the next stream. Bye!